Chapter 71, Secret Garden She Hides. White Harbor, 294 AC. Wyman found it easy to like Sir Richard. The man had a knack for humor when he wanted to, and his stories, both about Rhaegar and Lyanna, as well as his own experiences after the rebellion, captivated Wyman. But what endeared Richard to him the most was knowing that this was the man his king had entrusted with uncovering the hidden secrets and information of the realm. It reinforced Wyman's faith in Jon. Despite his youth, Jon played the game like a seasoned strategist, deferring when necessary while always maintaining control over the decisions. However, when the conversation turned to Ned Stark in Winterfell, the atmosphere shifted slightly. Richard seemed hesitant to share too much. "There are things I cannot tell you, Wyman," he said. "Not because I do not trust you. Jon has made it clear that you have his trust, and so you have mine. But because I have not yet spoken to my king about them, and I must speak to him first." "Tell me what you can, Richard," Wyman urged. Richard nodded. "I now know it was Edmure Tully who sent the men to attack Jon in the Riverlands. Given what I've discovered in King's Landing, I believe Catelyn Tully is behind this and is planning another attack." Wyman stared at him in shock. Was Richard really suggesting that Ned's wife had ordered an attack on Jon? That she was currently scheming another one? "We must stop them," Wyman insisted. "Everything is in place, Wyman," Richard replied with a smile. "The man they hired for the task is one of my own. Jon is aware, as is Ser Arthur. The king is protected." "What about Lady Catelyn?" Wyman asked. "As I said, there are still some things I've yet to discuss with Jon." Wyman studied Richard, trying to determine how he would handle the situation. The thought of a woman plotting to have a child killed disgusted him. The depth of her hatred was something he couldn't comprehend. Wyman struggled to understand. He could sense her feelings, that much was clear. But the idea that she would actually take such drastic action, especially a woman raised in the light of the Seven, left him hoping the stranger would show her no mercy. "What about Ned?" he asked. "What? Ned? Are you going to tell him?" "No, it's not my place, Wyman. As I said, I need to speak to Jon. He alone will decide what to do about the Tullys. As for his uncle, well, I don't relish the decisions he may have to make." "Nor do I," Wyman replied with a sigh. "What's his brother like?" Richard asked. "Robb? He's a good lad. The difference Jon's visit made when he went to Winterfell, by the Seven, it's remarkable," Wyman chuckled. "How so?" "The lad was too southern, too dismissive of the north, too close to the squid." "Have you heard much about Jon's visit home?" "Just bits and pieces, nothing too detailed." Wyman recounted the sparring sessions, how Jon had put Robb and Theon in their places, the wolves, and the speech Jon gave during old Nan's funeral. With each experience, they grew closer. By the time we left them to come back here, the lad was a different sort. He's quick, smart, and has a bit of rashness in him, which is a good thing. But, as much as I love Ned Stark, they really didn't prepare those children for what's to come." "He's uneducated?" Richard asked, surprised. "Only where it matters." "Oh, don't worry, he's learning now. By the time he goes back, he'll be the best lord I can make him," Wyman said determinedly, and Richard smiled. "Think he'd be up for a spar?" "I think he'd love it, Richard. The boy's been a different sort since he went to Braavos. He had a run-in with the First Sword while he was there." "Farrell?" "Aye, you know the man," Wyman said, smirking at Richard's familiarity. "Essos too," he said. "I've heard of him. A good swordsman." "That he is. I'll go back and speak to my people. The place you set us up in can be used for our own communications back and forth, even to the king, Wyman." "You think your network is quicker than my ships?" he asked, laughing. "Your ships have to travel all the way around, Wyman. Trust me, mine works far quicker." After Richard left, he called for Wendell and Wylis. He learned that Robb was still with Winifred and smiled. They had been practically inseparable since his return from Essos. Once his boys sat down, he shared some of what Richard had told him, mainly about the network and the man himself. He didn't trust them to keep their feelings in check if they learned of Lady Catelyn. "What did you make of him, father?" Wylis asked. "I think Jon has made the wisest choice of all. That man is someone I would much rather have on my side than against me. Are you going to allow him to expand all through the north?" Wylis asked, concern in his voice. Our own information only goes so far. If he can do here what he has in the south, then there won't be anything that happens in the north that we won't know about. Is it not dangerous, father, to allow the south that much knowledge of us?" Wylis pressed. He smiled at his boy, proud to see the Northman shining through. "It's not the south, it's Jon, and he is my king. Besides, we are on the inside of this. If our own position is ever under threat, it's far better to know early." "He will share?" Wendell asked. "He will if Jon tells him to." The next morning, after breaking his fast, he watched as Ser Richard and Robb faced each other. Seeing Grey Wind lick the man's hand made it even clearer where his loyalties lay. Robb performed well, he had improved, and a couple of his moves even caught Ser Richard by surprise. He then spent some time showing Robb some of his own techniques, and Wyman was pleased to see the smile on his squire's face. It was just less than a month later, when Richard came to say his goodbyes, the communication network was established, although it would take time for it to fully spread across the north. Wyman accompanied him down to the docks to bid farewell to the man. The Lannister Pinnacle ship had arrived to deliver more supplies for the Night's Watch, serving as Richard's passage back to the king. "Lord Wyman, I thank you for your hospitality and help," Richard said. "Think nothing of it, Richard. I bid you good fortune," Wyman replied. "And I you. I look forward to working with you in the future." Wyman watched as the ship sailed away, realizing quickly how much he would miss Richard, his company, their conversations, and the discussions about what the king might do next, all filling him with a renewed sense of purpose. For many years, he had tied his house's fortunes to Jon Snow, which had greatly benefited both him and the North. Now, he looked forward to discovering what being allied with Jaehaerys Targaryen would bring. In Pentos, 294 AC, Tyrion found the vision troubling. It was unsettling to see those things, to almost feel them, and to hear a voice urging him to be a dragon. If they hadn't found Loamer exactly where the vision indicated, he might have thought they'd drugged the wine. Even with that evidence, he still questioned whether they had. He was aware of Shade of the Evening and what it supposedly did to those who consumed it, but after speaking to Oberyn, he knew he hadn't been given that. The first night, he had tried to drown his feelings in drink, but the dreams that followed were just as disturbing as the visions. So, on the second night, he stayed sober and, once again, dreamt of dragons. Between that and Loamer glancing at him curiously from time to time, he felt relieved when Oberyn invited him to accompany him to visit Illyrio's manse. Now, sitting in the hot sun without a patch of shade in sight, he wished he had asked Oberyn to clarify that they would be visiting the hill overlooking the manse, rather than the manse itself. Tyrion couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction as he observed the prince's reaction to the Magister's deception being revealed. "Yes, this is more like it. Now, Illyrio, show us what you didn't want us to see," Oberyn said, offering Tyrion some grapes, which he gratefully accepted. "Would you like some wine, Tyrion?" Illyria asked, prompting a chuckle from him. Only Oberyn Martell could turn a spying mission into a picnic. "What do you notice, Tyrion?" Oberyn inquired, prompting Tyrion to look down at the manse. In the center of the property, he spotted a large statue in front of a marble pool. The lavish decorations of the estate put Casterly Rock to shame. It was difficult to gauge the extent of Illyrio's wealth, but Tyrion would confidently place him on par with their own before the fall of Castamere. However, It was the guards that caught his attention. They stood in formation, following standard patterns, except in two specific areas. The first, he assumed, was Illyrio's own quarters, given the number of guards stationed there. The second, though, seemed distant, almost like a separate part of the property. There, that section, he's guarding something or someone in there, Tyrion observed. He is. Very good. We'll make a warrior of you yet, Oberyn replied. Had it come from anyone else, Tyrion would have taken it as a slight. Please ensure my opponents aren't too large, my prince, he quipped, and Oberyn laughed heartily. I think you'll find it's not the size of the man in the fight, Tyrion, but the size of the fight in the man. You, my friend, possess the spirit of a much larger man. Oberyn patted him on the shoulder as Ellaria refilled his glass. What are we to do, father? Obara asked. I'll go in tonight, alone, Oberyn declared, continuing before Ellaria or Obara could object. Have any of you ever snuck into a guarded place? Gone where men are trained to keep you out? I shall go, and if I'm unable to enter. Not try, Oberyn said, and both women nodded in agreement. I shall come too, my prince, Daemon declared. No, you shall wait here. Watch this place until I return at the hour of the bat. Tell me what you see. Tonight, when I enter, you will watch my back, but from here, Daemon. As you command, my prince, Daemon replied. They made their way back to the tavern. Loamra had remained under guard, and Tyrion had given him Keilot's journals to read. Perhaps he would uncover something Tyrion had missed or at least clarify a few details. Later that night, Oberyn bid them good night. Like both Obara and Ellaria, he nervously awaited his return. They ate, though they had no appetite, and drank, even though they weren't thirsty. They did their best to enjoy the evening. Eventually, Obara left to spar with some guards, leaving Tyrion alone with Ellaria. You like her, Arianne, Ellaria said, catching him by surprise. They hadn't spoken about the princess at all, so her mention of her now revealed her own concern for Oberyn's safety. I do, but it is what it is. The fact that she gave me a look was more than I expected, he admitted, and she regarded him oddly. Why do you think so little of yourself? You are a Lannister, the son of a great house. You are intelligent, witty, and even charming when you wish to be. I am a dwarf, he said, resigned. You think that matters to a woman? You think we care about such things? It has been my experience, my lady, that yes, you do, he replied, taking a swallow of his wine and smiling sadly. Then, my friend, you have been surrounded by the wrong women. You have much to offer a lady, Tyrion, and not just your name. Don't forget it, she said, leaning forward to kiss him on the forehead before bidding him good night. He smiled after she left. She might not have been telling him a complete truth, but even if she was, he appreciated her for it. He was grateful for her friendship and for the prince's as well. Tyrion couldn't help but wonder about his father. Wherever he was, what would he think of their current situation? The shame of his house being allied with the Red Viper weighed heavily on his mind. He knew Oberyn considered him a friend, and for that, he felt a deep sense of gratitude toward Jon Snow. Friends had been scarce throughout most of his life. Eventually, he retreated to his room, falling asleep with a book in hand. The next morning, he was jolted awake by Ser Daemon. Stumbling out of bed, he dressed quickly, glancing at the man who, despite his urgency, didn't seem panicked or worried. Once he was ready, Daemon led him to Oberyn's room. Tyrion smiled at the sight of the prince, safe and well. However, he noticed that they were already packed and prepared to leave. What happened? Tyrion asked. We must leave, Tyrion, now. Your ship will sail even though its business isn't complete, Oberyn replied. Tyrion nodded. If I order it. Good. Daemon, go to the ship and give them Tyrion's orders. We shall meet you there. Oberyn, what happened? Tyrion pressed. I saw Viserys. They have him under guard, drugged, I think. But as Loamr said, he is his father's son. The boy woke up and screamed, and I had to leave far more quickly and noisily than I would have preferred. Were they able to see you? Tyrion asked, concern etched on his face. They saw someone, but it won't be difficult for them to figure out it was me. We must go. I don't know what this Magister's plan is, but I doubt we are safe here now. He gathered his belongings in a hurry, the horses prepared to take them away. Jumping into the carriage, he was surprised to see Oberyn riding alongside his men, but it made sense, he would be needed if things took a turn for the worse. They reached the ship without any issues and were at sea within the hour. Tyrion felt a sense of relief to learn that the ship was indeed ready to sail, having completed its business and delayed just for them. As he gazed at Pentos receding in the distance, he couldn't shake the feeling of uncertainty. What game was the Magister playing with Viserys? Tyrion pondered the implications of his father's views on their alliance with the Red Viper. If the plan was truly as Oberyn claimed, then surely this was the perfect way to unite Dorne. Yet, he couldn't quite grasp it, and the uncertainty gnawed at him throughout the night. Oberyn shared his unease, too, but when he finally drifted off to sleep, it wasn't thoughts of a Magister or Pentos that filled his dreams. Instead, he soared through the skies on the backs of dragons. Meanwhile, in Highgarden, 294 AC, Sansa was enveloped in the warmth of the sun as she awoke. She cherished the morning spent breaking her fast with Margaery, Olenna, Willis, and Margaery's cousins, along with visits from Lyanette. Strolling through the garden with Willis, she listened intently as he described the various plants and flowers, shared tales of breeding his hounds and hawks, and attempted to train pigeons and hawks to carry messages. At first, her lessons felt daunting, overwhelming her with embarrassment, especially when she realized how much further ahead Margaery was, having already mastered these subjects at a younger age. However, as time passed, Sansa began to embrace her studies, discovering a thirst for knowledge she never knew existed. The moments spent with Margaery and Olenna were enriching, as both women possessed a wealth of wisdom about the world, eager to impart their insights. Sansa listened, absorbing their teachings and gradually recognizing details she had previously overlooked. She learned that courtesy and protocol were not definitive measures of a person's worth, but rather reflections of how they had been taught to behave. Sansa, Margaery called, a playful smirk on her face. Sansa snapped back to reality. Oh, what? Dreaming is for nighttime, Sansa, Margaery teased, eliciting a giggle from her. Sorry, I was miles away. Come on, grandmother wishes to see you, Margaery said, and Sansa nodded, getting up from the table and carefully setting aside her drawing. As they walked together, the two girls engaged in light-hearted gossip, the bond between them growing stronger with every shared secret. Giggling all the way, Margaery shared tales of Mega's latest crush and Eleanor's newest adventure. But when she mentioned the new fostering, Sansa felt a surge of excitement. Mira was a girl from the north, just like her, even though she didn't know the Foresters very well. Still, she looked forward to having another northern girl around, someone who would understand the things she talked about. Margaery loved hearing Sansa speak of the north, the Wolfswood, the summer snows, the glass gardens, and the heated springs of Winterfell. For Sansa, those memories kept her connected to home. Though she missed it, she found that she wasn't sad about being away. However, Sansa quickly learned that while Margaery was curious about the north, it was really Jon she wanted to discuss, and their conversations often shifted to her brother. Sansa, sit down, my child. You too, Margaery. I have some news for you both, Lady Olenna said. Thank you, Lady Olenna, Sansa replied, curtsying before taking her seat. Many times, both Margaery and Olenna had told her not to curtsy, but she couldn't help herself, the older woman still made her nervous. I've received a raven that we're to have a visitor soon, Sansa. Your mother is coming to Highgarden and should be here within the moon, Olenna continued. Mother, why? Sansa asked, smiling at the thought of how her mother might feel about Highgarden and seeing all that she had already learned. Olenna paused for a moment, and Sansa wondered if the woman didn't know what to say or if she was bracing herself to deliver bad news, like when she had broken the news of her grandfather's passing. "I believe she wishes to bring you news about your future, Sansa," Olenna said cryptically. "Does she mean to ask me to leave? Are you not happy with me?" Sansa asked, worry creeping into her voice. "Leave? She'd have to drag you kicking and screaming from our hands, Sansa. We love having you here, don't we, Marjorie?" "We do. You know we do, Sans," Marjorie chimed in. Sansa smiled as she grabbed her hand. "Then what is it about my future she means to speak to me about?" she asked, confusion evident in her voice. Later that day, she sat quietly in the garden. Willis was having trouble with his leg and hadn't been able to go for their walk. He had turned down her offer to stay inside with him, insisting that the day was far too lovely for her to be cooped up indoors. Though she had disagreed, he was right, it truly was a beautiful day. So, she and Fawn had ventured out for their walk alone. Well, as alone as she could be, her guards were close by, as always. She watched Fawn chase after a butterfly, jumping up and getting close, but never quite catching the delicate creature. Marriage to a prince, to a future king, she would be a queen. It was something out of a story, yet it didn't fill her with the joy it should have. She felt no excitement. Not once had she thought of the prince the way she thought of Willis, or how Marjorie thought of Jon. A few nights after the feast for Marjorie's name day, Sansa had walked into Marjorie's room unannounced. She found Marjorie lying on her bed, holding a silver object that she had tried to hide. Feeling mischievous, Sansa did her best to sneak a peek at the object. In the end, she managed to grab it and discovered it was a drawing of Jon and Marjorie dancing together. "Give it back, Sansa," Marjorie said, her tone sharp. "Marge, I'm sorry." "I didn't know," Sansa replied, handing the drawing back. "It's mine, Sansa." "It's private," Marjorie said, still a little put out. "It's beautiful, Marge." "You two look good together," Sansa remarked, and she noticed a smile appear on her friend's face almost instantly. That smile would often surface whenever Jon was mentioned, and Sansa realized, just as she had at the feast, that Marjorie liked her brother, and he liked her in return. She sometimes found that. Sansa tried to recall the smile that had graced her face after walking with Willis, especially during dinner when he would say something amusing. But as she thought about the prince she had never met and the marriage that loomed in her future, she struggled to bring that smile back. The conversations she had shared with Marjorie about Prince Joffrey, along with the discussions with Willis about the prince's true nature, kept resurfacing in her mind. She and Robb had never been particularly close. He had teased her and allowed Theon to do the same, but he had never struck her. What kind of brother would do that? "I hadn't thought to find you alone, Sansa," Willis said, taking the seat beside her. She smiled at him. "My walking companion was unavailable, remember?" He laughed softly. "Had I known you would have walked alone, would have suffered through my pain." Sansa felt a twinge of embarrassment for teasing him. "Your leg, I'm sorry. It feels better. Now, what shall we talk about today?" That night, as she drifted off to sleep, Sansa found herself once again in the strange dreams that had been haunting her. She crept past the kennels, the hounds now accustomed to her presence, and moved past the hawks and pigeons, who flapped their wings silently. Soon, she was running through the gardens and out into the fields. The scent of her prey filled the air, and she slowed her pace, crouching low to the ground as she inched closer. The rabbit didn't see her as she leaped, sinking her teeth into its neck before it had a chance to escape. She savored the taste of blood in her mouth, relishing her meal. The next morning, Sansa woke up almost retching at the lingering taste. She quickly grabbed a cup of water from the table, gulping it down and spitting out the first 2 mouthfuls to rid herself of the foul flavor. As she drank from the third cup, the taste finally began to fade. Looking down, she noticed Fawn watching her intently. Leaning down, she patted the wolf's head, and as she did, she saw the blood pooled around the wolf's mouth. Casterly Rock, 294 AC. Jaime found himself genuinely happy to be sparring again, both with Jon and with Arthur. He had felt embarrassed to approach his former brother, even to look at him. But Arthur waved off his concerns, assuring him there was no need to apologize, even though Jaime still felt compelled to do so. With Jon, it was different. The apology was heartfelt, yet Jon felt the need to apologize to Jaime even more. "I wish I could have kept it to myself," Jon said. "I wish I could just bury it deep and never speak of it again." "I know, Jon," Jaime replied. "But you were right. Jenna showed me that one day this truth would have come out. Better it be on our terms than someone else's." "How do you feel, Jaime?" Jon asked. "Bad, but getting better. He's my brother, Jon." "He'll always be my brother," Jaime said, and Jon nodded. "Family," Jon affirmed. "Aye, family," Jaime echoed. It was simple, direct, and to the point. He had scolded Jon for hiding the truth from him, for keeping it to himself for so long, and Jon had explained his reasons. Jaime knew Jon had been spending more time with Dacey. She needed him. Jon had thought that Jaime didn't need him as much, but now he understood that was never true. Despite everyone around him and the family he had built for himself, Jaime still looked to Jon, and he realized he needed to do better. "How long until the babe?" Jon asked as he moved forward, the sword flashing in front of Jaime's eyes. "Soon. Less than a moon if Jardine is right." "You like the man?" "I don't know. I trust him, though, for now at least," Jaime said, aiming 2 strikes at Jon's left, followed by a quick one to his right. They sparred for almost an hour, and Jaime was grateful to Jenna for making him do this. No matter how busy he became or how wrapped up in things he got, this had to be done. Whether it was daily, every second day, or even just once a week, from now on, he would make sure to keep this part of his life alive. Nothing, not Jon secluding himself nor Jaime doing the same, could stop their sparring. "You're getting better," Jaime said when he finally won the match. "You're getting worse," Jon replied, and both of them laughed. Jaime walked over and poured water for them both. He noticed Jon motioning for Arthur to come closer. Looking at his brother, Jaime nodded when he offered him a drink, and all 3 of them settled down on the small wall. "We received some news from Richard while everything was going on," Jon said, his expression turning serious. "He found out the truth behind the attack in the Riverlands." "The Tullis?" Jaime asked, noticing Jon's face drop. "It seems my aunt wishes me dead," Jon said, a small laugh barely masking his true feelings. "I'm sorry, Jon." "There's more, Jaime," Arthur interjected. They explained the situation, the assassin, how Jon's aunt, her brother, and Peter Baelish had conspired to kill him. They had plotted against his king, his ward, his squire, his son. Jaime jumped to his feet, fury evident in his stance. If it weren't for Jon reaching out to touch him, he didn't know what he would have done. Feeling Jon's hand on him, he grabbed him and hugged him tightly. "I'll kill them all," he vowed, holding Jon close. Jaime saw Arthur nodding in agreement and felt Jon hug him back before stepping away, a smile on his face. "Not yet," Jon said, looking at Jaime incredulously. "I'm a wolf too, Jaime, not just a dragon," Jon continued. "Wolves stalk their prey before striking, and so will we." He shared his plan, explaining how the assassin was one of Richard's men and how they had come up with an idea together. Jaime wanted to rush after the Tullis, to grab Catelyn, to take Baelish with his own hands and strangle the life out of him. "She is my aunt, and cursed is the kinslayer. I won't become one, I won't be like him," Jon said, and Jaime was left wondering who exactly Jon meant. "Bloodraven," Jon said a moment later, exchanging a glance with Arthur. "What are we to do about them?" Arthur replied, "Edmure is a fool, but a useful one. He's in the Riverlands, they'll never rally behind him. We can use that to our advantage. We can swing them to our side, which leaves Robert with just the Stormlands and the Vale. Jon noticed Arthur smile as he spoke, and he couldn't help but smirk a little himself, feeling like a wolf stalking its prey. That night, as they lay in bed, Jon told Dacey about the conversation, his hand resting on her stomach, holding her close. Without her, he might have lost his mind over the revelation Jon had shared. She had helped him see the truth more clearly than he ever thought possible. Tyrion was, and always would be, his brother, no matter who their father was. Both of them were monsters in their own right, and it was up to him and Tyrion to rise above that. "I will be a good father, I swear it," he murmured softly, stroking her stomach as she slept. Highgarden, 294 AC, Cat stood in awe, unable to hide her admiration. The keep was stunning, surrounded by fields bursting with life and color. This was where her daughter belonged, she could see that now. Yet, in the end, this would only be temporary. Her sweet Sansa would rise even higher than the roses of the Reach. As the carriage approached, Cat felt a surge of happiness to be there, grateful for the swift journey despite its tiresome nature. "My lady, we're here," her guard announced a moment later. Stepping out of the carriage, Cat was pleased to see the Tyrells lined up to greet her, their courtesy evident. Scanning the crowd, she spotted Sansa, who smiled at her. Cat returned the smile, noticing that Sansa had grown taller and more ladylike. It filled her with pride to see her daughter looking so at home among the ladies of the South. Worried slightly that despite the education she had provided, her daughter's northern roots might still shine through, leading to her being shamed. "Lady Stark, welcome to Highgarden," Lord Tyrell said, and she curtsied as he introduced her to the rest of his family. "My wife, Lady Allery." "My lady," Allery replied graciously. "My son and heir, Willis." She smiled as he kissed her hand. He was a handsome man, though her smile faltered slightly at the sight of his cane. "My daughter, and our golden rose, Marjorie." She looked at the girl, thinking how beautiful she would become. Marjorie would make a perfect wife for the heir of the North. She resolved to speak to Marjorie about Robb and hoped that Sansa had already done so. "Lady Stark, a pleasure," Marjorie said, her curtsy flawless and her smile dazzling. "Yes, a perfect wife indeed." "Lady Marjorie, it's so good to finally meet you," she replied, smiling back. "My mother, Lady Olenna," Mace announced, and she turned to face the infamous Queen of Thorns, who appeared to be just a small, old lady. "Lady Olenna." "Lady Stark," Olenna replied, her tone lacking warmth, offering only a simple greeting. "Mother," Sansa said, stepping forward to hug her. "Sansa, my dear sweet Sansa, it's so good to see you." Then she heard it, a low growl and movement to her left. Turning her head, she saw the grey wolf, its teeth bared and eyes fixed intently on her. She shuddered for a moment until Lord Mace broke the tension. "Lady Stark, I'm sure you wish to refresh yourself after such a long journey. Sansa will show you to your rooms, and Willis will attend to your men." "I thank you, Lord Tyrell." She was surprised by how quiet Sansa was as she guided her to her rooms, and how quickly she left once they arrived. But then, she realized her daughter probably understood better than anyone just how exhausting travel could be. The room she was given was magnificent. Lord Tyrell was showing her tremendous respect, but whether it was due to her status, Sansa, or a combination of both, she couldn't quite tell. After enjoying a warm bath and changing her clothes, she asked Sansa's maid to guide her to her daughter's room. Instead, she learned that Sansa had gone to her lessons, so she requested to be taken there. As she stood outside the door, she listened to Sansa answering question after question, and with each response, her pride in her daughter swelled. Sansa had always been her cleverest child, and she was certainly demonstrating that now. "Mother?" Sansa said as she emerged from the room, finding her seated on a window seat, gazing out at the gardens below. "Sansa, I thought you might skip your lessons today, Lady Stark replied. I thought you might be tired, Mother. Besides, I enjoy them. Would you show me around, sweetling? Of course, Mother. Sansa led her through the various rooms, including the Great Hall and the Grand Ballroom. Lady Stark marveled at the decorations and the sheer opulence of it all. Even the Red Keep couldn't compare. When they reached the double doors, Sansa took her outside to the gardens, and Lady Stark was breathless at their beauty. Willis and I walk down there every day, Sansa said, a soft smile on her face as she pointed out a path. You are friendly with Lord Willis? Lady Stark inquired. Sansa frowned slightly before responding. I'm friendly with all the Tyrells, Mother, but especially with Willis and Marjorie. She's very pretty. Have they decided upon a match for her yet? Lady Stark asked. No, unlike some, they would prefer to wait. Sansa. I know why you've come, Mother. You wish me to marry Prince Joffrey. Lady Stark was taken aback. She had been so careful, the king had sworn he wouldn't announce it until she had spoken to Ned. How did her daughter already know? How did you know? She asked, the words spilling out before she could think. Lady Olenna spoke to me about it. Lady Stark's mind raced. How had Lady Olenna known of this? Robert sent word to everyone? Lady Stark mused, realizing she needed to speak with the Queen of Thorns to find out more. It's not confirmed yet, my love. I need to speak to your father, but you will be Queen Sansa, Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. And Prince Joffrey is such a sweet and kind boy, and so handsome too, she said, but Sansa couldn't hold back a snort. Sweet and kind? Have you spent any time with the prince, Mother? I met him while in King's Landing. And did you see him with his sister? With his brother? Did you see how he treats them? No, you did not. He's mean and cruel, Mother. He treats them terribly, hits them. No, I will not marry him. You cannot make me. Sansa exclaimed before running away, leaving her mother standing there, bewildered. Lady Stark didn't understand what had just happened. Why had her daughter behaved this way? It was all so strange. She needed to think, to figure it out. Finding a seat, she sat down and tried to sort through her thoughts when she heard the tapping of a cane on the ground. Looking up, she saw Lord Willis making his way toward her, his limp making the journey take twice as long. Lady Stark, he greeted her. Lord Willis, she replied, forcing a smile. May I join you, my lady? He asked. She nodded, allowing him to sit beside her. My lady, if I may be so bold, what happened between you and Lady Sansa? What? Nothing happened. Even if something did occur, I don't think it's any of your concern. We're all very fond of Lady Sansa here, my lady. To see her so upset, forgive me, but it's not something we're used to. My daughter seems to have gotten the wrong idea about my visit. She was upset by something she heard before I arrived, something I find most puzzling. Prince Joffrey, he said, shaking his head. What of the prince? I know you've come with the offer of a betrothal from the king. I would, in all good conscience, ask you to deny it. Prince Joffrey is not a suitable husband for your daughter. She finally understood their intentions. They planned to marry her daughter to a cripple, all to place their golden rose on the throne. No, she wouldn't allow it. This was a delicate situation, and she needed to handle it wisely. I shall take what you say under advisement, Lord Willis, she said, standing up and walking away. Yes, she would have to navigate these waters carefully, for it seemed the roses wanted to claim what rightfully belonged to her daughter. She needed to speak to Sansa alone, away from them, where she could reveal the games these people played. Highgarden, 294 AC, dinner was a strained affair. Lady Catelyn and Sansa barely exchanged words, while Willis regarded them both with concern. Marjorie seemed intent on lifting Sansa's spirits, but more than once, Olenna noticed Sansa casting glances at her and Mace, her expression darkening. The lady tried her best to maintain her courtesies, but one needed a firmer grip on their emotions to play the Game of Thrones. Whatever had transpired between Catelyn and Sansa had led to this tension. The only thing she had gleaned from Willis was that the betrothal had already been mentioned. This surprised her at first, until she realized Sansa must have been the one to bring it up. Where her mother would have eased her into the conversation, Sansa had gone straight to the point. "How did you find the travel, Lady Stark?" Allery asked. "It was good, my lady. Tiring, but traveling through the Reach and along the Rose Road was more comfortable than I had expected." "Did you enjoy your stay in the capital, my lady?" Mace inquired, and Olenna leaned in closer. "I did, my lord. Seeing my sister and her husband again, and dining with the king were highlights for me," Catelyn replied, a hint of pride in her voice. Olenna noted the small smile that graced her face. "We were most sorry to hear of your father's passing, my lady," Mace said. "It was a hard. Time will tell." "I hope Sansa wasn't too hurt by it," Cat said, her concern evident. Allery replied, "She did take it quite badly, but Marjorie and Willis both did their best to support her." "I'm most grateful, my lady." After that, Cat tuned out the conversation. It seemed like simple small talk tonight, but she wondered how long it would remain that way. The next morning, she broke her fast with Marjorie in her private dining area. Cat wanted to speak with her to find out exactly what had happened with Sansa and her mother. It didn't take long for the full story to emerge. Sansa had been straightforward about it, just as Cat had suspected. She admired the girl's backbone, though she was still concerned about Sansa's naivety. "So, she knows how Sansa feels?" Cat asked. "I believe so, grandmother. I think I should speak to her today about Willis." "What about Willis?" Marjorie asked, puzzled. "About a match between him and Sansa." "Grandmother, you can't." "Why not?" "If you do so, Lady Stark will think we're trying to stop the—" "Oh, you want her to think that," Marjorie said, a smile spreading across her face. "Let her believe we are who she thinks we are. We'll see where it takes us." Marjorie arranged a lunch for Lady Stark and herself, timing it perfectly so they would see Sansa and Willis on their walk. As they sat there, Marjorie smiled when Lady Stark arrived. They exchanged small talk until Marjorie heard the sound of a cane approaching. She pretended to look away for a moment, then glanced back to see the frown on Lady Stark's face, which quickly turned into a forced smile as she turned back. "They make quite an interesting sight, do they not?" Marjorie remarked as Sansa and Willis passed by. "Lord Willis is very gracious to accompany her," Lady Stark replied. "They've become quite close, something I'd like to discuss with you." "Discuss?" Lady Stark asked, intrigued. "The future, Lady Catelyn. Perhaps House Tyrell and House Stark could be joined in the future?" "Sansa and Willis?" Cat exclaimed, her voice rising a pitch. "The heir of Highgarden and the daughter of the Warden of the North, a good match, don't you think?" "What about Marjorie and Robb, my lady? Wouldn't that be a better match?" Cat suggested, but Olenna shook her head with a sigh. "I'm afraid my rose would wilt in the north, Lady Catelyn. She belongs in the sun, rising high. As does Sansa." "I'm afraid I must refuse, Lady Olenna. My daughter is to marry Prince Joffrey," Cat replied, a smug smile on her face. "Really? I feel sorry for the girl. She does not deserve such a fate," Olenna said, shaking her head, trying to elicit concern from the other woman. But Cat remained as smug as ever. "My daughter is to be queen, my lady. I'm sure if your granddaughter had the chance to be so, you'd welcome her fate." "Oh, but I do, and she will. But not to that mad stag that boy will turn out to be," Olenna thought to herself, smiling at Cat and letting her believe she'd won this round. They continued to eat in silence for a little longer, Olenna waiting for the servant's signal. She was glad for it, finding time spent with Lady Stark to be quite tiresome. Have you heard of the latest invention to come out of Casterly Rock, Lady Stark? Olenna began. Apparently, young Jon has managed to make it possible to deliver ice. Can you imagine what that would be like on a day such as this? Kat shot her a look of such disgust and hatred that it took Olenna aback for a moment. I'm surprised you put much stock in the tricks a bastard comes up with, Lady Olenna. Oh, Marjorie, Sansa. I hadn't expected you to join us, Olenna said, turning to see Marjorie glaring at Kat, while Sansa stood there, her face full of anger. Sansa, sweetling, Kat said, her shock evident. Olenna watched as both Sansa and Marjorie stormed off, Marjorie only leaving because Sansa did. She looked to them, then quickly jumped up and chased after them. Leaning forward, she took her knife and cut a piece of the soft cheese, savoring the taste as she put it in her mouth. Slowly, she took a sip of her tea and smiled. Casterly Rock, 294 AC, Jon lay awake that night, his mind restless with worry about the morning to come. He wasn't bothered by the idea of a mummery or the possibility of things going wrong, rather, it was the reactions he feared. He dreaded the moment the news would spread, the worry and concern it would bring to those around him. The thought of his loved ones hearing the news incorrectly troubled him. He hoped the truth would reach them before the lies took hold. He had arranged everything with Bronn, practicing their plan together with Walder, Jorah, and Arthur. He trusted Ghost to do what was needed. But the thought of sending the news out, letting Marjorie or Sansa know, informing Robb or his uncle, that was what weighed heavily on his mind. He wanted them to understand it was a mummery before they heard about the attack. I don't think you should do this, Rhaenyra said, reaching down to stroke her neck. I'll be safe, sister. I need them to see it, to believe it, he replied. But what if it goes wrong? What if you get hurt? She asked, concern etched across her face. I won't. I wouldn't risk it, not for a mummery. Why not just have him captured? Spread the word that he was caught? She suggested. He smiled at her, appreciating her concern. If they see the show, if they hear about it, they'll think he tried something, but they'll also know I can't be easily reached. It'll change their minds and make them reconsider their next moves. How is that a good thing? It gives us time, moves us closer. Look at you, you're growing. You're almost ready to fly for longer than you have been. I want to fly, Jay, but it's too dangerous. For now, sister. How can he sleep so easily? Rhaenyra said, her annoyance evident as she glanced at Lygaron, who was peacefully snoozing in his corner of the room. I'm not his rider, Jon replied with a soft smile, pulling her into a hug and feeling her purr against him before he climbed into bed to sleep. The next morning, as he broke his fast, Jon felt certain of one thing, it was time for her to know. The little girl beside him, she needed to understand the truth. Brienne, Satin, perhaps in time, they would need to know too. But Joy, she was the one who needed to hear it. This would give him the chance to explain why it was important to keep it a secret. He just hoped she would take it well. Jon, are we going riding today? Apples is lonely, Joy asked. He shook his head. I can't. Why don't you go with Cregan and Satin, and Brienne too? Then you and I can go tomorrow. Promise? She asked, her eyes wide with hope. He leaned forward to whisper in her ear, promise. She smirked, satisfied. After finishing his meal, they had a sparring session, though Jon's heart and mind weren't fully in it. He nodded to Loras, and both of them made their way to the lift, leaving the others to ride with Joy. Before he could leave, Jaime stopped him. He had already tried to talk Jon out of this twice, but Jon had made up his mind. This was how it needed to be done. He found Ghost, Arthur, Jorah, and Walder waiting for him. Once mounted, they rode toward Lannisport. Officially, He was there to send out the first shipment of ice to Old Town, a test run, their first real move into the market. This was a gift to House Hightower, a portable ice wagon that was no match for the ice houses already built in Casterly Rock and those being constructed in Lannisport itself. "Loras, you know what to do?" Arthur asked. Loras nodded reluctantly, yet another voice trying to convince him to call it off. I know. Once it's done, you ride to the rock as quickly as you can, both of you. I'll ride slowly. Behind with Walder and the cart, Arthur said, glancing at Jors and Loras. When they arrived at Lannisport, he made his way to the docks, taking in the sight of the Lion's Mane moored at the dockside. Walking on deck, he headed to the ice room and peered inside, relieved to see the ice in perfect condition. Loras and Arthur exchanged proud smiles while Walder let out a laugh. "Ice in the south? I swear, had I not seen it for myself, I wouldn't believe it," Walder chuckled as they left the ship. They had learned through trial and error with the shipments. The first delivery had resulted in some loss due to the room not being properly prepared. After making the necessary adjustments, the results were impressive. It felt like they were back at the wall, seeing the ice stacked so perfectly. With the ice sorted, they stepped off the ship and headed toward the tavern for lunch before the play would begin. Arthur caught a glimpse of Bronn out of the corner of his eye and smiled at him. Bronn rolled his eyes but returned the smile. Arthur had enjoyed Bronn's company during their encounters. Despite his rudeness and coarse demeanor, Bronn was full of fascinating stories. What Arthur had relished even more was sparring with him. Bronn fought in a way that was completely different from anyone else Arthur had faced. He was confident that either he or Jaime could beat Bronn, but for others, it was a challenge. Arthur had taken his share of bruises in their bouts. "You'll end up dead if you fight like that, boy," Bronn had warned him. "I'm faster than you," Arthur retorted. "Your speed only gets you so far." In an instant, dirt flew into Arthur's face, and he found himself tripped up, hitting the ground hard with Bronn's sword at his neck. "You don't fight fair," he said angrily as he got to his feet. "You fought fair. If this were a real fight, it would be me walking away, not you. Remember, boy, only the man who walks away is the winner." Arthur took those words to heart. The next time they sparred, he was much more prepared for the dirty tricks, though he still ended up on the ground again. But he knew that in time, he would only grow stronger from these experiences. More prepared than ever, Bronn was right. The only true winner of a fight was the one who walked away. As they reached the heart of Lannisport, he extended a hand to Ghost, the wolf, who was stalking Bronn just as he should. Jon stepped away from his guards and approached a group of children, handing them some coppers. He laughed as they asked about Ghost. Looking up at Arthur and Walder, he nodded. Loras and Jors moved into position. After bidding farewell to the children, Jon walked away, giving Bronn a nod and waiting for the man to make his move. In Lannisport, 294 AC, Bronn pondered something about the boy, something he couldn't quite pin down. Jon was smart, clever, and undeniably talented with a blade. It was clear how much the Lannisters appreciated him. For a bastard, Jon Snow carried himself around Casterly Rock as if he were the heir, as if he were the trueborn son of Jaime Lannister, rather than the illegitimate child of Ned Stark. As he drank in Lannisport, Bronn noticed how often people spoke of Jon, discussing the changes he and Lords Jaime, Kevan, and Tyrion had brought to their lives. The mines, the ships he had built, the White Wolf, all of it combined to make Jon Snow far more liked and respected than any bastard Bronn had ever known. The way Jon spent time with the children, always ready with a few coppers, or how he had bought drinks and meals for others, left Bronn feeling unsettled. It was hard to get a handle on the boy, and that irked him, just as his guards did. The tall one was as big as a house. If anyone claimed giants didn't exist, they should take a good look at him, Bronn thought. As for the other two, he figured he could take the smaller man, but the Dornishman was a different story. He had sparred with him once and had never felt so thoroughly beaten. He understood the message clearly: hurt the boy, and I will end you." It was loud and clear, and Bronn knew it to be true. But nothing scared him as much as that damn wolf. Nothing should move that quietly. "Are you staying for the day as well?" Parla asked, looking up at him. She was a little dark-haired woman, slim but busty, and he felt himself getting ready for another round. "No, love. I'll be gone for a few days," he replied, tossing her a couple of extra silver stags. He had learned that it was always good to pay a girl well, extra effort was often rewarding. Plus, it wasn't even his coin, which made it even better. "Will I see you then?" she asked, grabbing the coins eagerly. "Aye." He splashed some water on his face and dressed in the same horrible clothes he had been wearing for days. Catching a brief glimpse of his hair in the mirror, he hated the redness of it and quickly left the room. "You need to stand out. People need to see you, remember you." "Here, pay the girls well," Jon advised, tossing him a pouch of coins. "You're paying for my entertainment. I thought you didn't approve." Bronn laughed. "I don't, but you're not going to listen to anything I say on this, so you might as well pay the girls properly." "What if I don't? What if I kept this little extra for myself?" Just then, he felt the wolf's breath on his neck, and he nearly jumped out of his skin. How the hell did it sneak up on him every single time? He glared at the smiling boy. He had no intention of keeping the coin, but he had to admire the kid's guts. Not many got away with threatening him, but then again, not many had a giant dire wolf to back them up. So, he had dyed his hair red, bought those ridiculous colored clothes, and spent his coin in town. People would remember he was there for a few days, if nothing else. Now, he looked at Jon, watching as the guards took their positions, ready to play their parts. When Jon gave him the nod, he ran, shouting as he got closer, knife drawn. The blade glinted in the light, its shine unmistakable to everyone around. "Die, you bastard," he shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. Amid the screams and shouts, he noticed the crowd turning their gaze toward him and Jon. Ser Daeron acted first, shoving him toward the giant. Jors followed, tripping him as he advanced. The boy attempted to draw his sword, just as Jon did, but the threat was already upon him. The knife was raised, poised to plunge into his chest, and the screams in the background intensified. As he locked eyes with Jon, he noticed something chilling. Color had drained from Jon's eyes, leaving them completely white. In that instant, he felt the impact. The wolf struck with incredible force, sending him flying at least 10 feet before crashing hard to the ground. Within moments, Ghost was on him, teeth bared and snarling, his jaws wide open, eyes fixed on him as he advanced. In a moment of sheer terror, he lost control. He actually pissed himself. His knife lay useless on the ground, his arms and legs pinned beneath him. For the briefest instant, he thought this was it. They had betrayed him, deciding that sending the message of a dead assassin was preferable to a live one. Then, he felt the wolf bite into the pouch on his shoulder. Blood spurted out, and for a fleeting moment, he feared he had been bitten. Thankfully, it was just the pouch of blood he had stashed there. Seizing the opportunity, he began the second act of his ruse. "Aragag," he screamed as the crowd began to kick him. The wolf looked momentarily confused before snarling at them, driving them back. In no time, he was yanked from the ground, Jors grinning at him as he drew back his fist. It was a hard punch, but not too hard. He closed his eyes and pretended to be unconscious. He felt himself effortlessly lifted onto the shoulders of the giant and carried through the streets. Voices shouted for his head, demanding he be hanged, gelded, and worse, but onward they went, with Walder leading the way. He was moved quickly and soon found himself thrown into a cart, the giant's axe resting against his neck as they began to roll forward. "Well, did it work?" he asked when the giant finally lifted the axe off him. "Ask him," Walder replied, and Bronn turned to see Jon smiling at him. "Good job, Bronn." "Shame about your britches," Jon said with a laugh, and Bronn couldn't help but join in. "You're a funny one, aren't you?" Chapter 72, Girls Just Want to Have Fun. Highgarden, 294 AC. Marjorie had controlled her anger, a testament to her grandmother's training and her own education, not to mention the fact that Sansa was just as furious. Marjorie had stormed off, eager to distance herself from Lady Catelyn, not wanting to look at her any longer. Sansa had followed, and the two of them had raged about Catelyn Stark in her remarks about Jon for nearly an hour. Eventually, they realized that venting their frustrations was doing neither of them any good. That evening, Marjorie had ignored Catelyn at dinner, and Sansa had done the same. Later, when she returned to her room, she lay on her bed, staring at a drawing. In that moment, she felt her anger ebb and flow, a mix of rage and calm. One day, the realm would know the truth about Jon. They would understand, as she already did, that his name was as true as his heart, as genuine as he was. The next morning, Sansa broke her fast with Marjorie and her grandmother, leaving Lady Catelyn to share her meal with her own parents. Afterward, they went to their lessons. While they waited for the tutor in the yard, Lady Catelyn found them, her voice calm despite the displeased expression on her face. "Sansa, what are you doing, sweetling?" "I'm having my lesson, mother," Sansa replied, and Marjorie almost chuckled at the look on Catelyn's face. "A lesson out here? What lessons can you possibly have out here?" "My knife lessons," Sansa said, turning away to retrieve a small training knife from the rack where the training swords and armor were kept. The truth was, they hadn't come out here for knife lessons at all. They were meant to learn about plants and flowers, their uses, and how certain ones could be brewed into tea or used to alleviate headaches and other ailments. But upon seeing her mother, Sansa couldn't resist the urge to provoke her, and Marjorie found herself liking her friend even more for it. "You're being taught to use a blade?" Catelyn asked, her face crumpling into a frown. "She is, Lady Catelyn, just as I have been." "A blade?" Catelyn exclaimed, her voice filled with scandal. "I have, my lady." "But you are a lady. It's not ladylike to learn such a thing." "Jon thinks it's very ladylike, doesn't he, Marjorie?" Sansa replied, and she felt like hugging Marjorie for the expression that blossomed on her mother's face. "He does indeed, Sansa. He's so considerate that way," Marjorie said, adding a dramatic flair to her voice, almost swooning as she spoke. They both waited eagerly for Lady Catelyn to storm off, no doubt to give either her mother or father a piece of her mind. Gods help her if she tried that with her grandmother. As soon as Catelyn was out of sight, Sansa and Marjorie turned to each other and burst into laughter, tears streaming down their cheeks from the intensity of their amusement. "That was so much fun." "You can be quite mean when you want to be," Marjorie said, her giggles settling down. She shouldn't have said what she did about Jon. No, she should not. "Come on, let's go to our real lessons," Sansa said, and Marjorie nodded. She knew Sansa would need to talk to her mother properly soon. If Marjorie hadn't been there, Sansa would have confronted her mother about it right away. But in that moment, Sansa had held back, choosing to express her displeasure in another way. Marjorie was glad to see her friend growing bolder. However, a day or two later, everything changed when her own world came crashing down. "Have you spoken to your mother yet?" Marjorie asked. Sansa shook her head. "I will today." "Are you still angry with her?" "Very," Sansa replied. "She is your mother, though." "It's not good to let it fester," Marjorie said. Sansa nodded in agreement. Later that day, Marjorie spotted Sansa and her mother walking toward one of the gardens, so she decided to visit her grandmother, finding her in her solar as usual. "Sansa is speaking to her mother," Marjorie announced. Her grandmother nodded. "I heard you two pulled a little prank on her," her grandmother remarked. "She deserved it," Marjorie replied. "Was it your idea?" "Sansa's," Marjorie said, causing her grandmother to chuckle. "The little wolf has grown some fangs, it seems." She loves her brother, grandmother, above all else. Even her mother, her grandmother asked. I don't know, but she wouldn't let Jon speak ill of Lady Catelyn, not that he would. So, she won't have it the other way around either. True enough. She'll need to be told the truth soon. I know. Jon wanted to do it already, but I talked him out of it, Marjorie said, and her grandmother smiled at her. Why? She wasn't ready yet. But she will be, very soon. As they sipped tea together, a knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Her father entered, accompanied by her mother, both of them looking upset. It took Marjorie a moment to notice, but when she saw her mother's tears, she jumped from her seat and rushed to her. Mother, what is it? What's wrong? She asked, as her mother grabbed her and held her close. From Casterly Rock, mother, her father said. Moments later, Marjorie heard her grandmother gasp and turned to look at her. This can't be, her grandmother said, her expression one Marjorie had never seen before. Grandmother, what is it? Loras? Is it Loras? Is he hurt? It's not Loras, Marge. It's Jon. Jon. He's been killed, her mother said. Marjorie looked from her mother to her grandmother, the latter's expression confirming the devastating news. No. It can't be. It's wrong. It can't be. Please, grandmother, it can't be. Her eyes darted between them, tears streaming down her face as she screamed and fell to her knees. Time seemed to drift after that. She had been given milk of the poppy to help her sleep and was carried to her room. She never even got to see Sansa or her mother. Instead, she woke one night to find Fawn, the wolf, lying on her bed, looking intently at her face. She reached out, rubbing his fur, and watched as he began to nudge the picture she held in her other hand, gazing into her eyes before nudging it again. Fawn, what is it? She asked, and the wolf licked her face, then nudged the picture once more. Fawn, she said, and the wolf shook his head. Moving closer to him, she watched as he licked her hand and nudged the picture again. Looking into his eyes, she felt a connection. Jon, she said, and the wolf nodded, licking her face again. Oh Jon, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I miss you so much, she said, hugging Fawn tightly as he licked her face and shook his head. His head, Fawn's or Jon's, she couldn't tell which. I don't understand. Are you Jon? She asked, releasing the wolf, who nodded once more. Will you always be Jon? She inquired, and the wolf shook his head. Are you stuck here? She asked, and the wolf shook his head again. Are you alive? She asked, her last question filled with hope. The wolf moved closer, licked her face again, and nodded. She looked at him, her heart racing. They said you were dead. The wolf shook his head once more. You're alive, you're safe, for true? She asked, and the wolf's nod made her laugh out loud. Oh, thank the gods, she said, smiling as she hugged the wolf even tighter. I need to tell people, tell Sansa. Casterly Rock, 294 AC, Jon lay in the back of the cart, the blood pouch dripping down his back into his small clothes. He felt like a fool, though given the other fool was lying. Once they arrived at the rock, the atmosphere shifted from one of loneliness to a sense of belonging. As the cart was brought inside, Jon sat up straight, and Arthur nodded at Bronn to do the same. He made his way directly to Jaime, with Arthur, Loras, and Ghost accompanying him, while Jorah led Bronn to his own room. What did it look like? Jon asked Arthur as the lift began to move. I would have believed it was true if I had seen it. Seeing the blood almost convinced me. Loras? What? Loras responded, realizing he was being addressed. What did you think? I'm just glad it was a mummery. That was not something I enjoyed, Loras replied, nodding sympathetically. Ghost, you did well, Jon said, rubbing Ghost's back as the wolf moved closer to him. That damn wolf is the best mummer of us all. I really thought he'd eaten Bronn, Arthur chuckled, and Jon and Loras joined in, while Ghost stood proudly, enjoying the attention. Do you want to be part of this? Jon asked Loras, who nodded in agreement. Once they exited the lift, they headed to Jaime's solar and found him alone, visibly relieved to see them. Jon took a seat and sent for Tyrion and Jenna. When they arrived, he looked at Jaime and began to explain. Word will spread across the realm in the next few days that I've been killed. I've informed those who need to know that this is a mummery, but to the rest, it will seem like the assassination succeeded. In a few days, we'll announce the truth, but I want them to believe they succeeded at first. Why? Jenna asked, puzzled. I want them to celebrate, to be seen celebrating. They'll reveal themselves without even realizing it, both in their reactions to the news of my death and to the news that they failed, Jon said, glancing at Tyrion, who smirked at him. This was the Tullus? Tyrion asked. Aye, and Baelish. We should let the realm know the truth. Let it out there and see them dealt with, Jenna suggested. We should. Just kill them, Tyrion said. I've considered that, and even worse options. Rhaenys actually wanted me to burn Riverrun to the ground, Jon replied, a fond smile creeping onto his face as he recalled his sister's anger and worry for him. But? Jaime prompted, looking at him expectantly. She's my sister's mother, my brother's mother. I can't do that, Jon replied, his expression serious. Jenna glanced at him before speaking up. That leaves Baelish and Edmure. We have plenty of time to deal with both of them. Edmure is Lord of the Riverlands, and for now, it suits us that he holds that title. His bannermen won't rally to him, they won't answer his call. Are you thinking about the war? Tyrion asked. I'm thinking about everything, Tyrion. Whether there's a war or not, I'm considering all the possibilities. But if a war does break out, do we really want a competent man in the Riverlands, someone they might be loyal to? No, Jaime replied. But Baelish? Is a known enemy. We can watch and predict his moves. If it were someone else in charge, it would be the same situation as with the Riverlands. Baelish is someone we can deal with, at the right time. It's too risky, Jon. They've tried to kill you twice, Jenna said, concern etched on her face. If Robert discovered the truth about me, he'd try to kill me too. My aunt has faced assassins for years and was alone, with no one to guard her. I have Ser Arthur, Walder, Jors, Ghost, Dragons, Casterly Rock, and all of you. And yet they still almost got to you, Jaime pointed out. Almost. We could eliminate them all, each one of them fallen, thinking we're safe, only to find another threat emerging. Or our actions could make things harder and more dangerous for us. This is controlled danger. I think it's worth the risk, but if you all feel otherwise, I'll go with your instincts on this. He's right, Jaime. No one wants to see the Tullus suffer more than I do, but he has a point, Tyrion added. I disagree. I'm sorry, Jaime interjected. Jon, I think it's too risky, Jenna said, shaking her head. Loras? He asked, turning to him. Loras also shook his head. I'm with Jenna, sorry Jon, Loras replied, and Jon couldn't help but smile at his concern. I'm against leaving any threat out there, undealt with, Jon. I vote we deal with them now, Arthur stated firmly. Jaime? Jon turned to him. This is what you think is best? Jaime asked. It is, Jaime, Jon nodded. Then I vote with you, Jaime said, returning Jon's smile. He felt grateful for the support, though he still had no idea what to do about Catelyn Tully. Joy, he said before the group could begin to argue among themselves. It's time I told her the truth, about me, about the dragons. He noticed Tyrion looking at him. She's too young, Jon, Tyrion cautioned. No, she's not. She's clever enough, she should know. If you wait any longer, she may not accept it. But I thought you'd want to tell your sister first. Jenna added. Joy is my sister, John replied, and Jerian looked at him proudly. I'll bring her with me tomorrow. Afterward, he approached Jardine and instructed him to send the ravens to inform the realm of the attack and its success. When John mentioned that people might blame him for being wrong, Jardine just laughed, saying he cared little for others' opinions as long as they were satisfied with his service. John spoke a bit about Marwyn and even more about his grand-uncle, finding Jardine eager to speak to Aemon if the opportunity arose. Later that night, when he told Rhaenys about his plans, both she and Lygaron seemed displeased, wanting the people who had plotted his death to face justice. He explained his reasoning to them, and after some reluctance, they agreed. When he then shared his plans involving Joy, Rhaenys appeared more than eager to meet the girl he considered to be John's sister. After finishing his breakfast and preparing winter and apples, John set out to find Joy. He discovered her getting ready for her lesson, so he whispered his plans to Ashera. Once she agreed, he approached Joy. Want to go for a ride, Joy? He asked. No ride, John. Lessons, Joy replied, making an annoyed face and letting out a soft sigh that he recognized was just for show. I've spoken to Liara. We can go riding, Joy. No lessons today, he assured her. She glanced from him to Ashera and back, checking to see if he was teasing her. No lessons? She asked, raising an eyebrow. He bit his cheek to hold back a laugh. No lessons, unless you'd rather stay here and miss out on a ride with me? No ride, apples. See you, Ara, she said, grabbing his hand and heading for the door. A few moments later, they were taking the lift down to the bottom. Arthur and George joined them for the ride, while Walder stayed back, and Bronn was going to help him with sparring. If it weren't for what John needed to do, he would have loved to see the confused looks on everyone's faces. Instead, he and Joy rode as fast as they could, easily outpacing the others. Apples had grown quite a bit, and John wondered if she was too big for Joy now. But Joy rode her horse just as confidently as he rode Winter, and John never worried about her in the saddle. When they reached the stream, he grabbed the pack with the pie and the pouch of water he had brought along. It wasn't exactly a picnic, but it was something for Joy to eat if she got hungry. Joy, you know what happened yesterday, what that man tried to do. He tried to hurt you, she said angrily, her tone reminding him of Rhaenys, which made him chuckle. He did, but he wasn't able to. Good, she said, looking at him, almost checking to make sure he really was uninjured. The thing is, Joy, he may not be the only one who wishes to harm me. Why? Who wants to harm you? You tell me, she said, her little hands balled into fists. Come here, he said, lifting her up and settling her closer to him. My name is not Jon Snow, Joy. It's Jaehaerys Targaryen. There are people who, if they found out, would want to hurt me, just like they did my family. She looked up at him, her brow creased in confusion. You are not Jon. I am always Jon. To you, I will always be Jon. But I'm Jaehaerys too, and one day, I will take back the throne that was stolen from my family. She smirked. You will be the king? Good. Then I can be a real princess, she said, giggling. You are a princess, my princess, always. Always? Always, he affirmed, his tone resolute. Joy then threw her arms around him. He continued, but no one can know until I'm older, until I'm ready. Then he shared with her about the dragons. She looked at him, shook her head, and said, No. There are no such things as dragons, Jon. Do you wish to meet them? He asked. Her expression shifted from certainty to disbelief, and then to excitement. Now? She asked, her eyes wide. He nodded. Let's go. She jumped up, practically dragging him to the horses. They rode back to the rock, Joy holding his hand all the way. When they reached his room, Sarella opened the door, and Joy looked almost ready to run away at the sight of Rhaenys and Lygaron. "They won't hurt you, Joy." "They'd never hurt my princess," he reassured her, leading her over to Rhaenys, who allowed her to stroke her back. Joy looked on in awe as the dragons let her touch them. Moments later, he, Sarella, and Arthur carried the dragons out to the beach, where they soared through the air. Joy stood there, clapping her hands excitedly as Rhaenys breathed fire. That night, as he began to read her a story, she reached for him, her eyes sparkling with joy. Jaehaerys reached out, taking Joy's hand, eager to share more stories about dragons. "Tell me about them," she urged, her eyes wide with wonder. He began, "There's Meraxes and Caraxes, Balerion and Silverwing." "When will they be big like them, John?" she asked, her voice filled with hope. "Soon." "Why do you ask?" "Because if the dragons are big, then no one can hurt you." He leaned in and kissed her gently on the forehead, watching as she drifted off to sleep. He tucked her in more snugly, preparing to leave when he heard her soft voice call out, "Love you, John." "I love you too, Princess," he replied, a smile on his face. But that night, his sleep was restless. A heavy sadness settled over him, and he awoke to find Ghost leaning against the bed, looking at him with concern. Closing his eyes, he sensed something was wrong. The door was open, as it always was, and then the feelings washed over him: sister, little sister, sadness, tears, crying. He knew something terrible had happened. "Jay, what's wrong?" Rhaenys asked as he stirred her awake in search of the glass candles. "I think the letter hasn't arrived in Highgarden." "I fear Sansa and Marjorie think the worst," he said, grabbing the 4 candles and laying them on the table. It took him a moment to find what he was looking for. The images flickered, random and ever-changing, until he finally saw her. Marjorie was crying, lying in bed, clutching a drawing in her hand. The image faded too quickly, and he realized he had messed up. In trying to navigate the game, he had hurt her, and Sansa too. He had been a fool. "Jay, what are you going to do?" Rhaenys asked, her voice urgent. He struggled to think. A raven would take days to reach them. They would have to wait until the one they had sent had rested and returned, and then rested again. "Father, the wolf," Lygaron said, looking at him intently. "What do you mean?" Jaehaerys asked, confused. "Use Ghost, father." His connection to Fawn. Could it be done? Could he truly use Ghost to? As he warged into Fawn, he wondered if she would allow him. Dusk had never permitted him, keeping the door firmly shut. Even the mother wolf had listened but never allowed him to open it. Would Fawn be different? He glanced at Ghost, who was licking his hand. The wolf looked back at him, and as he closed his eyes, he concentrated. After a while, he felt the door unlock, though it was clear he was merely a guest, and this was not a permanent invitation. In Sunspear, 294 AC, Tyrion stepped nervously off the ship. Arianne and the guards were there to welcome them, and the princess gave him a quick look and a smile, which he returned. The ride to the old palace was quiet, but Arianne's expression suggested there was something on her mind that she wanted to discuss. Once they arrived and were led to the small solar, they quickly learned what had been troubling her. "We received a raven while you were gone, uncle." "It was strange, especially considering what happened later," she said. Oberyn looked at her intently. "What did this raven say?" he asked. "It informed the realm that Jon Snow was attacked and killed in Lannisport," she replied. Oberyn and Illyria gasped, while Oberyn shouted in shock, only to calm down moments later. "It was a mummery, uncle." "Jon Snow is alive and well," Arianne said. The relief on Oberyn's face was brief, quickly replaced by anger. "Why would you say such a thing? Why would you speak to me of such a thing?" Oberyn demanded angrily. Why is Jon Snow so important? Nym and Tyene refused to tell me, and they reacted the same way you did. What is going on that I don't know? Arianne raised her voice in response. Oberyn took a seat as he began to explain. Hearing the story unfold in one sitting amazed Tyrion. It was remarkable how much could be condensed into so few words. Oberyn focused on the basic facts before delving into the deeper emotion surrounding the events. Arianne asked, "And we are to support this boy?" Her tone was more curious than dismissive. Oberyn replied, "This boy is your cousin, Arianne. Elia named him her son, he is our blood. My sister's own words called him so, blood of my blood. He has brought justice to Dorne for Elia, for Aegon, for Rhaenys. He saved my life and brought my niece back to me." Arianne looked at him. "As a dragon?" she questioned, her skepticism evident. "I have been in her presence, as has Tyrion." "Tell her, Tyrion, is she a dragon or a girl?" Oberyn asked. Tyrion responded, "Both, I believe. There is no doubt that Rhaenys is Rhaenys, they are one and the same. How that is possible, I cannot say, but then most of what Jon does is hard to explain." A smile spread across his face. "Most of what he does, Lord Tyrion?" Arianne probed. "Jon has gifts, princess, things he can do that no one else can. He is a warg, he birthed dragons, and he made the glass candles burn once again. There is magic in him, whether it comes from the blood of the wolf, the dragon, or both." "The Song of Ice and Fire," Oberyn added, glancing at Arianne, who still seemed unconvinced. "He means to take the throne. Is he capable of such a thing?" she asked. Oberyn chuckled. "With his dragons alone, yes. But he is not alone, he has my spear, and he will have Dorne's support too." Tyrion interjected, "He has my family's full support, as well as his uncles and the Tyrells. He will be king, that much is certain." Arianne frowned. "Not if someone kills him first. This mummery, uncle, I do not understand it. It vexes me." Oberyn nodded in agreement. "Me too, niece. I shall ride to Doran and return in the morning. Tyrion, I will be sailing back with you. I need to speak to Jon myself." "I welcome your company," Tyrion replied. "Company, Oberyn, as always," he said with a genuine smile. "Then we shall have a small feast tonight," Arianne replied, looking directly at him. Her gaze made him acutely aware of the tightness of his breeches as she licked her lips. The meal passed quickly, but the drinking lasted a bit longer. Obara and her sisters were busy elsewhere, arguing over who, if anyone, would accompany Oberyn when they sailed. When Arianne turned to him and handed him a note, he feared it would contain a rejection, a subtle way to say they could not meet again. He waited until he felt he wasn't being watched and opened it, his heart racing as he read the words, "My room tonight. I wish to hear my lion roar." The rest of the night seemed to stretch endlessly. Finally, Arianne excused herself, and after waiting what he hoped was long enough for no one to notice, he did the same. However, Illyria's smile made it clear that he was far less subtle than he had intended. He made his way to Arianne's room, where her guards were all too eager to let him in. Inside, he found the princess already undressed. He looked at her, feeling himself respond. "Come to me, my lion, or are you not hungry?" she said, pulling the sheets down to reveal her body in all its glory. As dawn broke the next morning, he pulled himself from the bed and dressed, Arianne smiling at him all the while. "Never let anyone speak down to you for your height, Tyrion," she said. "You have the appetite and stamina of a giant." He chuckled as he moved closer to kiss her. "Maybe I was just inspired by a beautiful princess." "Of course you were," she replied, and they both laughed. "I think we will leave today," he said. Though it saddened him, he could see her smile falter at his words. "What is Casterly Rock like?" she asked, surprising him. "It's It's hard to explain, Tyrion said. It's much different from here. Perhaps you could come visit one day. You would welcome me to your home? Arianne asked playfully. I'm sure I would show you all its delights, he replied, kissing her once again. I will come to see you. You have my promise on that, my lion. I will wait. You have mine, my princess, he said. He was right, they were sailing that day. The ship was ready to depart, with Oberyn, Illyria, and his guards joining him, while his daughters were left behind. Loamra stood on the deck beside him as he watched Sunspear fade into the distance. His eyes glistened at the thoughts of the princess he had left behind. A part of him whispered that it could never be, while the more hopeful part insisted that anything was possible. Love is a strange thing, my lord, Loamra said. Maester? Tyrion replied, intrigued. Have you ever heard of Sharera Seastar? The sorceress, he asked, and Loamra laughed. My former friends at the Citadel would love to hear her called that. Magic cannot be real, after all. But yes, that's the woman I speak of. I've heard some things, Maester. Why? She was the most beautiful woman in the 7 kingdoms, my lord. Men fought over her, to be with her. Brynden Rivers and Igor Bittersteel brought a realm to its knees because of their love for her. What does this have to do with me? He asked, confused. Do you know what people said was her most beautiful feature? No. Her eyes, my lord. They were mismatched, something others might consider a defect, a slight. Yet she inspired both great and terrible love. Loamra smiled as she looked into his eyes before walking away, leaving Tyrion gazing at her retreating figure in confusion. Highgarden, 294 AC, Sansa knew she couldn't ignore her for long, even though she tried her best. She had even enjoyed the look on her mother's face when she and Marjorie had told her about their training and that it was Jon's suggestion. Hearing her mother call her brother that word. Sansa had never felt so angry as she did when her mother spoke in front of Olenna, Marjorie, and herself. She relished the annoyance on her mother's face and enjoyed hearing later from Willis that her mother had complained to his father, only to be surprised when Lord Mace refused to stop the training. But ignoring her mother wasn't a long-term solution, they needed to talk. So, following Marjorie's advice, she took a walk with her mother through the gardens, eventually finding a secluded spot to sit down. You shouldn't have spoken about Jon that way, mother. He is my brother, Sansa said almost immediately. Half-brother, her mother replied. Jon has been more of a brother to me than Robb ever was. If it weren't for him, Robb and I wouldn't even be on speaking terms, Sansa insisted, and her mother shook her head. You don't understand, Sansa. You don't know what he's really like. Jon is kind and caring. He's helped me, listens to me, asks me what I want to do, and makes time for me. That's what I know, mother. I've seen how Loras, Garland, and Willis act with Marjorie. That's what a brother does, and I wouldn't trade Jon for any of them. He's tricking you, Sansa. Luring you and the others in, it's all part of his plan, her mother said. Sansa looked at her, dumbfounded. His plan? To take Winterfell from Robb, her mother stated. Sansa couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it. Jon doesn't want Winterfell. He loves us, mother, me, Arya, Bran, even Robb. It was Jon who spoke to him, Jon who arranged our fostering. You think he's plotting to take our home from us? You can't see it. He's tricked you. He's tricked you all. What about what he did in King's Landing? What he did to your uncle? Given what Uncle Edmure said and did, I'd say he got off easy, mother, Sansa replied. Olenna gasped as the weight of the situation settled in. She had explained it all, and Marjorie had confirmed what had happened in King's Landing. Edmure had attempted to take Jon's hand, a lord trying to harm a boy. It shook her to her core. Even if Edmure had been in the right, which she didn't believe for a second, Jon was still a child. To punish him, her uncle wanted to take his hand. How can you say that? Sansa demanded. Did Uncle Edmure try to take his hand, Mother? Did he bring him up on charges that would have resulted in him losing it? Her anger was palpable. He attacked him, her mother replied, and Sansa looked at her in disbelief. So if I pushed you, you'd seek my hand? She asked. Her mother shook her head. No, but you're trueborn, you're not a. Don't you say that word. I mean it, Mother. Don't you ever say that word in front of me again. He is my brother, and you'll refer to him as such. My sweet girl, my poor sweet girl, what has he done to you? What have they done to you? They? Sansa echoed, confused. The Tyrells. They wish to marry the prince to Lady Marjorie. They're filling your head with lies, with false lessons. You should not be in this place, this is not what I wished for you. I know. You wanted me to go to Riverrun, where there are no children my age. It was my brother who wanted me to come here, my brother who knew I'd love it here, who cared enough about me to understand what I truly wished for. Her mother shook her head again. The Tyrells must be in on it too. That son of theirs, Loras, he is friends with the, she paused, catching Sansa's glare. With the boy. That, and they want to marry you to that cripple instead of the prince, all to make their daughter queen, so the bastard can take Winterfell, her mother said. Sansa stood up, anger surging through her. How dare you? Willis is not a cripple, and I told you never to. Call Jon that word, and you should leave, Mother. You should go. We have nothing to speak of, and Father wishes me to be here as much as I do. Sansa said angrily before running away, leaving her mother standing there. Sansa. Sansa, her mother called after her, but her voice faded as Sansa sprinted further away. Fong raced behind her. Eventually, Sansa stopped and collapsed onto the grass, crying as she wrapped her arms around the wolf. How could she think like that? How could she believe such things about Jon? About Willis? She lay there, lost in her thoughts, until she heard the sound of a cane approaching. Quickly, she tried to compose herself, wiping away the evidence of her tears. Sansa, Sansa, you need to come. There's been some terrible news, Willis said, his expression troubled. What is it? What's happened? She asked, surprise flickering across her face. It's Jon, Sansa. Something terrible has happened to Jon. Later that day, Sansa lay crying in bed, surrounded by Olenna, Willis, Allery, and even Garland, all of them concerned for her. Only Marjorie and Sansa knew that among them, it was her friend who understood her pain the most. Her mother entered the room, rubbing her back, holding her hair back, and gently combing it. She wiped Sansa's eyes and hugged her tightly. Despite the day's sorrow, Sansa felt grateful for the comfort, for her mother being there to hold her and sing her to sleep. Fawn watched over the crying girl as she drifted off, sensing their deep connection. She felt Sansa's pain, they were one. The reason for her 2 foot's grief was clear, the other 2 foot, the one who belonged with her quiet brother, had been hurt and was now gone. The other 2 foot, the brown-haired one who smelled of gardens and flowers, shared in the sadness. But there was another, who felt none of that grief. As Sansa slept, she smiled, she laughed, she was happy. She watched as her mother moved around the room, noticing how she seemed to bounce on her feet. Sansa reached out to her mother, hoping to wake her and reveal the truth. But instead, she growled at the other person in the room, baring her teeth and waiting for a reaction. Get away, you cursed creature. You shouldn't be here, you filthy beast. I regret the day the bastard ever brought you to my home. Maybe now that he's finally gone, I can get rid of you too. See you gone, see you dead, just like him, Catelyn spat. Sansa's heart sank in horror. Mother? She whispered, catching the shame on her mother's face, not for what she had said, but for being caught saying it. Get out. Sansa. Get out and don't ever come back. I never want to see you again. I never want to hear from you again. Go. Sansa. Overwhelmed, Sansa jumped from the bed and raced through the halls, Fong darting off in the opposite direction. When she reached Lady Olenna's rooms, she found one of the giant guards at the door. For once, his face wasn't stoic, concern etched his features as he noticed the tears streaming down her cheeks. I need to speak to Lady Olenna, please. I need to speak to her now, she pleaded. The guard knocked and opened the door, allowing her inside. Olenna sat by the fire, looking older than usual, a glass of wine untouched on the table beside her. Sansa, Sansa, what is it, child? The woman asked, worry evident in her voice. My mother, my mother. I want her gone. Please, send her away. Send her away. Sansa cried, and Olenna enveloped her in a tight embrace. I will, sweetling, I will. In White Harbor, 294 AC, Wyman was sitting in the hall, holding court when Richard's man arrived. Moreo seemed to be the main runner of the group, coordinating the messages while Para and Whaley's took care of other tasks. After attending to other duties, Wyman nodded to the man before holding court for a bit longer. Eventually, he turned to Robb and Wendell, instructing them to take over from there. Robb, visibly excited to listen to the petitions, gave a signal to his guards and made his way to his solar. A few moments later, Moreo joined him, handing over a letter. Wyman's smile widened as he recognized it was from his king. He quickly broke the wax seal, eagerly anticipating the day when such letters would bear the three-headed dragon emblem. He opened the letter and began to read. Lord Wyman. You will soon receive a raven informing the realm of my demise at the hands of an assassin. I assure you all is well and ask you to keep an eye on how quickly a raven is sent once you're informed. I suggest you limit your correspondence and keep watch over the rookery. In a few days, another letter will arrive announcing my recovery and clarifying the mistake. You should monitor the rookery closely after that as well. Your friend, John. Wyman smiled at the simple signature. The fact that his king considered him a friend filled him with pride. After burning the letter, he bid farewell to Moreo. Later that night, he summoned Wendell and Wylis to his solar for a discussion. Why a mummery, father? Wylis asked, curiosity evident in his voice. It seems John wishes to smoke out some of his enemies, son, Wyman replied. Should we not play our own part? Wendell inquired. How so? Wyman asked, intrigued. What if we make word of the raven public, then wait a day or two until the other arrives? Wendell suggested. Wyman looked at his son, pleased with the idea. Lord Robb, the girls. Wylis interjected. They will be overjoyed by the news of John's recovery, Wyman assured him, and Wylis nodded in agreement. As the raven arrived, most of White Harbor mourned John's supposed loss. Wyman's guards brought him news of toasts raised to the White Wolf, prompting Wyman to set aside coin for the celebration that would follow the announcement of John's survival. Robb took the news as hard as his son had feared, and Winifred. He was more concerned for her than for his own grief, and he felt a sense of pride in how she comforted him. Just as John had predicted, the raven was sent out on the night the news broke. Wyman knew his own maester couldn't be trusted, so he took precautions and placed a guard to watch the rookery the night the other raven arrived. While they feasted and White Harbor rejoiced, while Robb smiled for the first time in days, a guard stood watch as yet another raven flew. Bear Island, 294 AC. Yora was rocking Gerald in the crib when Lyness and Meej brought in the letter. His wife took over the rocking as he read it himself. You've read this? He asked them both. Aye. What do you think of the maester? Meej inquired. He shook his head. Artos is a good man, Meej. I doubt he's part of any grand conspiracy. Lyness nodded in agreement. But we still must know, Meej insisted, and he conceded. Meej herself had kept watch the day the raven arrived. Bear Island mourned the boy who had done so much for them. That night, they held a somber meal while Meej and Lyanna observed. His youngest cousin refused to sleep while her mother was upset, and neither Yora nor her sisters could dissuade her. "Well?" he asked the next morning. "Not a raven left," Meej replied, and he smiled at that. When the second raven arrived, they held a feast. Spirits lifted with the news, along with talk of incompetent maesters and japes at the expense of the Lannister men who were staying on Bear Island. Once again, the maester was watched, but this time by Lyra and Jory, as Meej needed to be seen celebrating. Again, no raven was sent, and Yora felt proud of his maester's loyalty. Winterfell, 294 AC, Ned. When Luwin rushed into his solar, Ned initially thought the scroll in his hand was from Robert, and he worried about what it might contain. Was he writing to inform him that he had lost a hostage? That Theon Greyjoy, a boy. Escaping from the clutches of 5 and 10 had been one of the hardest things he had ever faced. Yet, there was no reply, no reproach, no demands, nothing. While he felt a sense of relief, he couldn't shake the worry about how Robert would react. The raven, however, wasn't from King's Landing or Riverrun, which added to his annoyance. Instead, it came from Casterly Rock. He broke the seal and began to read, shaking his head as he did so. Handing the raven to Luwin, he observed the maester's expression, which mirrored his own confusion. "A mummery, my lord?" Luwin asked. It would seem so. Though why Jon or Lord Jaime would feel the need to do such a thing is beyond me, Ned replied. Perhaps it's to flush out those responsible, Luwin suggested. How would this do that? Ned questioned, looking thoughtfully at the maester. I do not know, my lord, but perhaps that is the reason, Luwin said. That he feels the need to do such a thing worries me, Ned admitted, and Luwin nodded in agreement. That night, he found it hard to sleep, with thoughts of Jon consuming his mind rather than Cat. After a restless period, he decided to take a walk to the crypts and pay his respects. In front of Lyanna's statue, he offered a small prayer, asking her to look after Jon and keep him safe. Deep down, he knew there was no need for such a prayer. Lyanna would undoubtedly be watching over him. The next morning, as he broke his fast, he laughed at Elle and the children. Arya was trying to convince Elle to cancel the day's indoor lessons, claiming it was too nice a day for anything but archery. Elle, however, was having none of it. She insisted that if Arya and Bran performed well in their lessons, they could leave early for archery practice as a reward. My lord, a man at the gate says he's from Riverrun, Alan announced. Ned stood up, kissed his children, and told them to behave for Elle. He and Lya walked to the south gate, where he spotted the man on horseback. Brynden? He called out. Eddard, Brynden replied, his tone welcoming. Blackfish dismounted and looked around, searching for Cat. It's good to see you again, he said, but what brings you north? As he watched his guards take his horse to be stabled, he continued, I wish to see my grandnephew, Eddard, and to experience the north while I'm at it. Well, I welcome you to Winterfell, Ned replied. I'll ensure you have proper quarters and a warm bath. Have you eaten? Not since last night. Come then. We were just breaking our fast. I'm sure you'll appreciate something warm. That and a drink wouldn't go amiss. I'm sure we can arrange that, Ned chuckled, and Brynden matched his laughter. In King's Landing, in the year 294 AC, Jon Arryn felt a surge of excitement as Pycelle brought him the raven. He nearly danced with joy. Had he been alone, he might have. Instead, he called for both Rosby and Peter, one to share the news with and the other to discover what the realm was whispering about the event. When they arrived, he briefly shared what had happened and sent Rosby off to do his job, which he felt the man wasn't handling well. A drink, Peter. A celebration is called for, is it not? It is, my lord. It's good to finally see the Lannisters receive a setback, and all it cost was the life of a bastard. A bastard who never knew his rightful place, John said, and Peter nodded as they raised their glasses of wine. No doubt his grace will mourn the boy's passing? Peter asked, and John found himself agreeing. It's perhaps a good thing. His plans for Theon Greyjoy's escape will be put on hold, hopefully for good now. He really planned to sail the fleet to Pike? Peter asked. He did. Can you imagine the cost of such a venture, all for a boy that Ned shouldn't have been foolish enough to lose in the first place? And Ned Stark? Peter inquired. What of him? He did lose a hostage of the crown, my lord. He did. But while Robert may rant and rave about the stupidity of it, he won't do anything about it. Should he not be punished, my lord? Peter asked. How? A fine, perhaps. Some coin would be welcome, even with our new friend. How much? Nothing too serious, my lord. 50,000 gold dragons. Robert would never go for that. Besides, the North is far too poor to afford it. Not anymore. The Manderleys, even the Mormonts, are rising high. I'll consider it, but it will be hard to persuade Robert to punish his friend. It's just an idea, my lord, Peter replied. He thought about it throughout the day and then approached Robert to share the news. The king reacted just as Peter had expected. I want this man found and executed. If he acted with anyone, I want them found too. He was a good lad, a fine lad, a raven. Send a raven to Ned. Send him my sympathies and tell him we'll find the man responsible, Robert said, his voice surprisingly sobering as he spoke. What of Greyjoy, your grace? Who gives a fuck about the damn Ironborn? Ned's boy, somebody killed Ned's boy. Find them, John. That's a fucking order. You find them. I will, your grace. He strolled back to the Tower of the Hand, whistling as he went. Good news was so rare these days, he thought, as he sat down and poured himself another glass of wine. Barristan received the note from Vyler, which had been clear. He was to go to the tavern and meet with one of Richard's men. He did so, though the man took an age to arrive. When he finally did, Barristan was led to a room where the man began to speak, sharing information that was hard to believe. Why a mummery? Barristan asked. The man smiled. I believe it's to flush out those responsible. How? You'll see. Some will celebrate, others will be sad. We just sit back and take note of which is which. You think more than one is responsible? I do not know. I'm just one of the lips. Elaine is the man who knows what to do with the whispers we gather. Bring him. He had waited and watched for himself, observing both the Hand and the Master of Coin, the Grand Maester, all seemingly pleased at the supposed death of a boy. He had seen the king, who, while sad, didn't pause his activities for a moment. Yet, he often spoke of John in glowing terms while entertaining a whore. You should have seen the boy move, seen him fight. One of a kind, I tell you. With a man like that at my side, by the gods, I'd have been proud to swing my hammer with Jon Snow. Poor Ned, to lose a son. I should be there for him, he should be here. Eventually, though, the drink and the whores pulled his attention away, and Robert returned to what he did best. The queen appeared happier than he had seen her in a while, smiling, singing, and being friendly to the servants. It was disturbing to witness. He also overheard chatter in the streets, small folk who John had helped, who Lady Marjorie had aided, all expressing their sorrow over his fall. However, everything shifted when the second raven arrived, and Barristan found he enjoyed this news far more. He noted the disgruntled looks on Baelish and Aaron's faces, the queen's mood souring, and even Robert seemed oddly cheerful, though it was remarkably similar to his usual sadness. That boy, I knew he was too fast to be taken down. Have I told you about the squire's tourney in Lannisport? Robert remarked to yet another whore. Barristan hoped the mummery was worth it and that John and Richard had secured what they needed. He thanked the gods once again for Arthur's presence beside him and counted the days until he could join him. At Riverrun in 294 AC, Raymond Darry was not looking forward to the feast celebrating Edmure's naming as Lord Paramount. The thought of attending was far from enjoyable. However, when Richard's man arrived with news of the mummery, he realized this would be an event he could actually enjoy. As Raymond sat at the feast on the second day, he couldn't help but notice Edmure occupying his father's chair, looking more lost than ever. He waited, watching as the Maester entered the hall, and the smile that spread across Edmure's face told him the raven had arrived. Raymond smirked inwardly, curious to see how Edmure would react. Instead of keeping the news to himself or simply reading it aloud, Edmure reveled in it, celebrating the news with a gleeful enthusiasm. Raymond noted the disgusted looks around the room. "It seems, my lords, that the gods have seen fit to punish the bastard. Jon Snow is dead. This calls for a toast." Raymond, along with many others, left his glass untouched. The Maesters, Moutons, Blackwoods, Brackens, and Lady Shella all kept their glasses firmly on the table. Lady Shella stood up, her voice ringing through the hall as she berated those who had raised their glasses. "I was born and raised in the light of the seven. I fear the gods, and so should all of you. To celebrate the demise of a boy, an innocent in the eyes of the mother, shames me to be in such company." With that, she stormed out of the room. "Let the old crone go back to her haunted castle," Edmure laughed, and Raymond glanced around the room again. Richard's man had mentioned that this was a mummery the king wished to play, a way to expose those who plotted against him. But Raymond sensed there was more at play. While that may have been part of the plan, he could tell his king had a different goal in mind. Edmure Tully would not easily settle into his father's seat. In time, Raymond felt certain that the king intended to reel in the fish, place him on the fire, and roast himself some trout. After all, dragons were hungry and needed to be fed. Meanwhile, in Highgarden, in the year 294 AC, Olenna found that seeing Sansa so distressed took her mind off her own troubles, her own upset, her own anger. Olenna was filled with a mix of anger and grief. She had found her focus, a way to channel her feelings, and a target to unleash her frustration upon. She summoned Sansa back to her rooms, placing her right at the door with strict orders that she was not to be disturbed. Then, she went to check on Marjorie and found her asleep. Olenna shooed the wool from her granddaughter's door and sent her back to Sansa's room. The next morning, she called for Lady Catelyn to be brought to her solar. Catelyn arrived bright and early, her face a mask of anger and scorn. Olenna shrugged. The woman had no idea just how furious she was or how much disdain she felt for her at that moment. Once Catelyn was seated, Olenna poured some tea and offered it to her, but Catelyn shook her head. Olenna had no patience for games today. She had no desire to be circumspect or pleasant, so she decided to be direct. "You men have already been informed, and I've called you here to inform you as well. You are no longer welcome at Highgarden." "You're throwing me out?" Catelyn's surprise was palpable, and Olenna wondered how she could be so stunned, especially after what had happened with Sansa. "At your daughter's request, yes, I am." "What have you done to my daughter?" "Me? What have you done, my lady?" "Your daughter came to my room last night, extremely distressed." "Care to explain why?" "I do not answer to you, Lady Olenna." "You do while you're under my roof." "I have nothing to say to you." "You think yourself so clever, but I can see your plans." "You could not see my plans if I wrote them out and handed them to you myself," Olenna replied with a laugh. "You wish to marry Marjorie to Joffrey, marry Willis to Sansa, and help that bastard take Winterfell. I see your plans clearly. Well, at least the last one is no more. The bastard has finally been put where he belongs. You are a hateful woman, Catelyn Tully. A hateful woman indeed. Now go, I have no wish to look at your hate-filled face any longer than I must. My name is Stark. Catelyn Stark. My husband is Warden of the North, and my brother is Lord Paramount of the Trident, so don't you forget it, you old witch, Catelyn declared as she stood up. Both Sansa and Jon have taught me something important. They taught me the meaning of pack. Wolves are pack animals, fish are not. You are a Tully, as you've always been, and you and your brother are no longer welcome in the Reach. I shall take my daughter and leave, Catelyn insisted, but Olenna just laughed. Your daughter is here at your husband's request. Only he can ask her to leave. If you wish to take her, you better bring an army, Lady Tully. Guards, see to it that the fishwife and her entourage are off our lands by noon. You think I'll stand for this? One day my daughter will be queen, and then we'll see how strong you grow. Perhaps. But today, I am far stronger than you. So go, swim away, but do so quickly. I'd hate for Sansa to see her mother dragged from the keep. I'd hate it, but I would see it done, Olenna replied, standing tall as she watched Catelyn gulp. They were gone within the hour, and Olenna felt a happiness she hadn't experienced in a long time. It felt good to have no pretense, no courtesy given or received. Instead, she had rid herself of the woman, and that made her feel far better than she had that morning. She walked to Sansa's room and told her that her mother was gone, explaining that the encounter had not been pleasant. Sansa simply nodded. Throughout the day, she checked on Marjorie, who wished for no visitors. Olenna's heart broke for her sweet Rose. It would take time for her to recover from the loss of Jon Snow. It would take them all time. That night, before going to bed, she found the wolf once again outside her granddaughter's door and decided to let her inside. Perhaps she could succeed where all others had failed. Grandmother, grandmother, wake up, Marjorie called softly. Olenna opened her eyes to see her granddaughter and Sansa standing over her bed, both of them smiling. Marjorie, Sansa. Wake up, grandmother. I have news to share, great news, the best news. Jon is well, grandmother. Jon is alive and healthy. Marjorie's smile lit up her face, filling Olenna with more hope than she had ever thought possible. Are you certain? Olenna asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. Both girls nodded enthusiastically, and Olenna suddenly found herself wide awake, eager to hear more. Chapter 73, The Truth Hurts. Casterly Rock, 294 AC, Jenna had to admit, watching Joy try to talk to Jon about the dragons while making sure no one could hear them was quite amusing. The way Joy whispered in Jon's ear, and then he whispered back, glancing around as if she had discovered yet another great secret, made her laugh more than once. Jon laughed too, and he needed it. His guilt and anger over Marjorie and Sansa's feelings weighed heavily on him. She was glad he had managed to resolve it, at least to some extent, but she knew he wouldn't rest until he could send a raven and confirm the news through more conventional means. When Jon told her and Jerian what he had done, she was stunned. The ability to control an animal in that way was still hard for her to comprehend, and doing so with one so far away was frightening. What are you chuckling about, sister? Jerian asked as he sat down beside her. Those two, look at them, she replied, watching as Joy leaned in to whisper something in Jon's ear again. Did I tell you what she said to me? He asked, smiling. No. We were walking to her lesson, just the two of us, and she started questioning me, trying to see if I knew. I swear, Jenna, when she plays that game of hers, I don't know how she keeps it up. He chuckled, and she pictured Joy's relentless questions. When Balerion came running by, she picked up the cat and looked at it, saying, "You're a dragon, aren't you?" And then she glanced at me out of the corner of her eye. The little minx. I had to tell her that I knew, that you, Jaime, and Tyrion did, along with Loras, Cregan, Liara, and Jon's guards. He didn't tell her, she asked, surprised. I think he was so relieved she accepted it that he didn't get around to it. She knows Brienne and the new boy, what's his name? Satin. Him. So she knows they don't know? She does. Joy's laughter filled the room as she squealed, her eyes sparkling with delight as Jon began to tickle her. They were nearly done with their breakfast when Jaime entered, carrying a scroll in his hands. "The ship's been spotted a little way out." "Tyrion's home," he announced, and Jenna let out a sigh. "We need him to rest and settle first, Jaime." "Tell Jon," she instructed, and he nodded in agreement. To distract herself from the matters they needed to discuss with Tyrion, Jenna ensured Joy made it to her lesson while Brienne, Satin, and Cregan headed to theirs. Jon and Loras would join Jaime for the day and go to Lannisport to welcome Tyrion home. After leaving Joy with Liara, Jenna retreated to her solar and began sifting through her letters. Among them were responses to her request for fostering, which she had been putting off. Tyrion would foster with Lord Brax, so she had sent out letters to find suitable boys to foster with Walder. She considered a young Blackwood from the Riverlands, a lad from House Payne, and a boy from House Ricker, along with her nephew Tyreek, whom she would agree to take in. Fostering Joy proved to be more challenging. Even with Joy set to be the future Lady of Castamere, some people still held on to the stigma of her birth. Jenna had received a number of apologies from various houses, which irritated her to no end. How dare they look down upon her niece? However, she was relieved to have received some positive responses, including one from House Bracken and another from Emmond's house. Despite her reservations, she had invited Valda to stay with her. After all, the girl was kin, and White Valda deserved far better than to grow up at the twins. Unfortunately, the other houses had excused themselves, most citing other arrangements, which only deepened Jenna's frustration. Still, there was time, so she decided to write a letter to Olenna, seeking someone from the Reach. She was just finishing when Jerian arrived, clearly annoyed to find that she had spent barely any time on her work. "You can't hide away in here, you know." "Who can't?" she replied, a hint of defiance in her voice. He chuckled softly. "We have to be there for him. I understand the urge to run away, I feel it too. A part of me wishes to ride to Castamere and just hide out there, leaving it all to others. But we can't do that. We already did that with Jon, and he understood that we would have harmed the boy far more than we almost did. We can't abandon Tyrion like that." "I know," she said, her voice trembling. "I'm scared, Jerian. Gods help me, I'm scared. I'm scared of seeing him and breaking down. I'm scared of how he'll react and what it will mean for all of us." Her brother stood up and walked around her desk, kneeling down to embrace her. "Remember the night we scared Kevin?" he asked, a mischievous glint in his eyes. She shook her head. "You, me, Tyjit, we all snuck to his room in the dark. Don't you remember?" "No." Tyjit got the key and hid it so Kevin couldn't lock his door. "Remember how worried he was about ghosts and how father would let him lock his door?" She nodded, a small smile creeping onto her face. "Aye. So we snuck in, and it was dark and windy, one of those nights when the rock was louder than usual. We found him hiding under his covers. Tyjit and I grabbed his legs, and you. I jumped into the bed beside him, screaming loudly all the while," she finished, laughter bubbling up. "Aye, that was scary, Jenna. This is nothing." She looked at him, nodded, and kissed him on the cheek as he stood up. "I'll see you later?" he asked. She nodded again. He was right, they needed to be there for him. They had to set aside their own feelings. This wasn't about their hurt, their pain, or their anger. It was about Tyrion. He needed to know he was her nephew, Jaime's brother. He needed to know that his family loved him, now and always. Lannisport, 294 AC, Oberyn stood on the docks, scanning the bustling scene until his gaze landed on the familiar sight of the White Wolf and his nephew standing beside it. Relief washed over him, Jon looked safe and well. Despite Arianne showing him both Raven scrolls and Ilaria assuring him that if the news were false, Sarella would have sent word, worry still gnawed at him. As he watched Tyrion greet his brother, a smile crept across his face. He felt a sense of joy at Jon's warm embrace of Ellaria and hoped that when he became king, he could afford to disregard protocol as easily as Jon did now. "It's good to see you, Jon," Oberyn said, carefully avoiding the term nephew with so many eyes upon them. "You too, Prince Oberyn," Jon replied, nodding, signaling that they would talk soon. As they climbed into the carriage, Oberyn felt a sense of relief knowing they were heading to Casterly Rock rather than the previous building they had stayed in. He longed to be closer to Jon and Sarella. His spirits lifted even more when Jon joined him, Ellaria, and Tyrion in the carriage, while Ghost followed Arthur and Jorah, who led Jon's horse away. "What happened, Jon?" Oberyn asked as soon as they left Lannisport behind. "Firstly, I want you to know I was always safe," Jon began, his soft smile not as reassuring as he might have hoped. "We knew everything about the attempt, they even hired one of Richard's men to do the job." "Who?" Oberyn inquired, glancing at Tyrion and Ellaria, who looked just as eager to know the answer. "Catelyn Tully, Edmure Tully, and Peter Baelish," Jon said. Ellaria gasped at the mention of Jon's aunt. "Your aunt was part of this?" she asked, her shock evident in her voice. "I believe she was the key part," Jon replied. He then recounted how Richard, on Olenna's advice, had investigated the Tullys, discovering that it was Edmure behind the attack in the Riverlands. He went on to explain how Richard had followed Catelyn to King's Landing and then hired Bronn. As he spoke, Oberyn was struck by how calmly Jon delivered the news, though he noticed Jon glancing at Tyrion and then looking away. "What steps have you taken against them?" Tyrion inquired. Jon looked at him, then away, and back again, making Oberyn wonder if perhaps he had been mistaken about his nephew's calm demeanor. "None," Jon admitted. Before he could say more, Ellaria moved from her seat to sit beside him, wrapping her arms around him tightly. He couldn't quite catch what she whispered in his ear, but he did see Jon nod a couple of times in response. "Jon, we need to act. You know this?" Tyrion pressed. Jon shifted his head away from Ellaria's shoulder. "We can speak on it later. Tell me about Essos," he said, redirecting the conversation. He began to share stories about Illyrio, Viserys, and the rumors surrounding Daenerys. Just as he was about to delve deeper, they arrived at Casterly Rock. They exited the carriage, and Jon led them to their rooms. As they stepped out of the lift, Jon noticed Tyrion's family waiting to greet him, his aunt, uncle, and cousins. He smirked at Tyrion's wary glance at Balerion as he approached them. "Father," he heard Sarella call out, and he turned to see her walking from the direction of his room. "Daughter, you look well. Are you happy?" he asked, and she nodded before embracing him and then Ellaria. Jon nodded in return, feeling a mix of relief and determination. Jon led Tyrion, Jaime, and the others toward his room, gesturing for Ellaria and Sarella to join him. He asked the group to step inside for a moment, noting the white wolf guarding the door alongside Arthur and Jorah. "Your own rooms are in the guest wing, or if you prefer, you can stay in the vaults with us," Jon said, glancing around, surprised to find Rhaenys and Lygaron were not in sight. "The vaults?" Jaime inquired. "The dragons are too big, uncle. They need space. Rhaenys and Lygaron are much happier down there, so we moved in with them," Jon explained, turning to Ellaria, who nodded in agreement. "Show us these vaults," Tyrion said. They took the lift down, and as Jon and Sarella led them through the vaults, he was amazed at how different the place felt. It was brighter and cleaner, and the rooms they showed them would be perfect. Jon then took them to his room, where Rhaenys chirped happily at his arrival. Both he and Ellaria walked over to her while Jon spoke to Lygaron. "Soon, son," Jon said softly. After reuniting with his daughter and niece, Jon invited Tyrion to walk with him to the beach. He left Ellaria with Sarella to catch up and enjoyed the stroll, immediately noticing the advantages of living down here, not just for the dragons, but for himself as well. I know you have questions, Uncle. The anger you feel, I've felt it too. He helped calm me, Jon said with a smile as Ghost bounded ahead of them across the sand. How? Tyrion asked, curious. I'm a dragon and a wolf. Wolves stalk their prey, Uncle. They wait and pounce when the time is right. Like a viper in the sand, Tyrion replied with a grin, and Jon nodded. Edmure Tully is a fool. His men won't follow him, so Robert can't count on their support. And Baelish, well, we know all about Baelish. Richard told me he's the father of Jon Arryn's child, that he's been sleeping with Lisa Tully for years, and that she's not the Tully he really wishes to be with. He looked at Jon in surprise. Was there not some story about him and your uncle? Uncle Brandon almost killed him, though I still don't understand why he cared so much, Jon replied, looking at him inquisitively. I don't understand, Oberyn said. My uncle was in love with Ashera. They married. Why would he care to fight Baelish over Catelyn Tully? Jon asked, clearly confused. The fight may not have meant the same to both men. Perhaps for Littlefinger, it was about Catelyn. For Brandon, it may have been sheer annoyance, anger at being called out. Your uncle had a temper, did he not? It got him killed, Jon said softly. He caught the worried glance Oberyn gave him and felt a lump form in his throat at his nephew's concern. I have learned to control my own temper. Someone showed me how much I have to live for, Oberyn said. Jon smiled. So you plan to wait, he asked. Do you see Robert giving up the throne, Uncle? Do you see a way this happens without a war? No, war is inevitable, Oberyn replied. Then should we not use all the tools we have? Create dissension among our enemies, have them fight each other while they fight us? Oberyn looked at the boy, his nephew, his sister's son by choice. Blood of my blood, she had called him. He saw it even more clearly now. Fire and ice may course through Jon's veins, but there was sand there too. There was martell in him, that much was clear. You are far too smart for your age, nephew, he said with a chuckle. I've had good teachers, Jon replied just as Ghost came running up the beach, a fish clutched in his mouth. It's a pity that's not a trout, Oberyn remarked, and Jon laughed along with him. They headed back into the vaults, and Oberyn shared even more about Illyrio and his uncle. Jon's anger grew as he spoke, especially when he mentioned the Magister sending men after Daenerys. What is he up to, Uncle? Jon asked. I do not know, Oberyn admitted. Daenerys, you sent the hound to her? I did. I saw him protect her in a vision. He's doing just that. No one has gotten close to her. As for Viserys, I'm not sure. How well protected is he? Could we get to him? Jon asked. With planning, yes, but on his lands, we're at a disadvantage. I also think he will move your uncle from the manse, but we could try. I'll see if I can learn anything. Maybe the glass candles can help me. You can control them? He asked eagerly. I can see some of what happens or what is happening now. It's hard to focus, but I can manage somewhat. If I really want to see something, I think I can. We found the Maester, Loamara. Maybe he knows more, or perhaps it's time we speak to the mage. I'll talk to Loamara. What do you make of him, Uncle? I believe he is loyal, nephew. Uncle, I need you to do something for me. Tyrion. I need you to be there for him. Can you do that? Jon asked, stopping him as they reached the vault doors. Tyrion is a friend. Both Illyria and I are fond of him. He will need us, he said, and Jon nodded. Then we will be here for him. Winterfell, 294 AC. The Blackfish. After eating, bathing, and watching his grandniece and nephew perform surprisingly well at archery, Arya, especially, he spoke to Eddard only briefly before being called away on lordly business. So, he found himself walking the grounds of Winterfell, becoming more and more impressed with it as he did. Unlike Riverrun, the Red Keep, Highgarden, or any of the southern keeps, this place suited him far better. Winterfell was built for practicality, not show, for defense, not luxury. Watching the guards go about their duties, noticing how each gate was secured, and observing the training drills made him feel right at home. This was how a keep was supposed to be run, prepared for the worst, always, even if it never came. Ser Brynden, would you be up for a spar? Ser Roderick, with his bushy whiskers, asked. Brynden nodded in agreement. Aye, that sounds like a grand idea. In the end, he sparred with Ser Roderick and his nephew Jory, along with Alan, Harwin, and Tomard. He managed to best them all, though Ser Roderick gave him a fair challenge, and Jory came the closest to defeating him. He chuckled at the applause that followed the last few rounds, noticing both Arya and Bran watching intently. His grandniece was doing her best impression of his fighting style as she observed. The woman who gathered the children and led them away was the new governess, Lady Serwyn. If it had been any other man besides Eddard Stark, Brynden would have found it odd that this woman was here while Catelyn was not. He doubted anything untoward was happening, even dismissing the nagging voice in the back of his mind that reminded him he had fathered a bastard once. War changed men, they did things in battle that they wouldn't consider in peace. Brynden couldn't imagine Ned sullying his vows again. He was enjoying himself immensely and looked forward to eating and drinking with these men later on when he overheard a conversation between two of the guards. I tell you, it's the Southerners, the older guard said. Every day with you, it's the Southerners, the younger guard replied with a laugh. Aye, and every day I'm right. They hate us, they look down on us, and they don't want to see the North strong. That's why they tried to kill the lad. You think the South wants to kill Jon Snow to keep us weak? The younger guard asked, his laughter fading as Brynden listened more closely. Aye, they tried to kill him in the Riverlands, and now in the West too. The West wouldn't want him dead, the younger guard said dismissively. Did I say the West? Clear your ears, you daft sod. It's the South who wishes him dead, not the West, and certainly not the North. That lad's as true a Northman as I've ever seen. The White Wolf, the younger guard added. The guard smiled and said, Aye, the White Wolf. May the old gods keep him safe. Brynden was stunned. It couldn't be, could it? Had they gone against his wishes again? Was Edmure really that foolish? And Cat? His nephew had proven himself an idiot, his return to Riverrun made that clear. To argue with him, to essentially tell him to leave, only highlighted that fact. You did what, uncle? Edmure asked, his voice rising. I ordered the stocks replenished, the stores filled, and then I began the work of restoring this keep to its rightful state. Riverrun is supposed to be a fortress, nephew. You overstepped, uncle. You are not Lord of Riverrun, I am. I was acting Lord. Perhaps you should start acting like one yourself. I am Lord, thank you. But you had no right to give my men orders or spend my coin. No right? No right? I will not watch my home become a laughingstock. For the love of the gods, Edmure, the phrase could have taken this keep. I'll protect Riverrun. I'm the Lord here, uncle, not you. Perhaps it's time you return to the Vale. Oh, I'll go. I won't set foot in this place ever again. And when they come for you, Edmure, when the enemy is at the gate, you can shout that you're Lord of Riverrun at them. I'm sure that'll be enough to instill fear in them. You, nephew, are a disappointment. It was clear to Brynden that nothing he had said or done had gotten through to Edmure. Had it gotten through to Cat? Had she listened? Or had they played him, telling him only what he wanted to hear? He spent the rest of the day gathering as much information as he could about the attack. He was surprised to learn that initially, a raven had arrived announcing its success, but then another followed, reporting its failure. Why two ravens? Surely a maester wouldn't send news of the boy's death without confirming it first. Wouldn't he wait to verify before delivering such devastating news to the realm? Unless… No, it couldn't be. Couldn't be. Would they really do that? Would anyone? There you are, Ser Brynden. Come on, it's steak and kidney pie tonight, with onions and gravy. You haven't lived until you've had one of Gage's pies, Ser, Jory said, smiling as he beckoned Brynden to follow him into the great hall. Brynden glanced at the high table, where Eddard, Lady Serwyn, and his grandniece and nephew sat. Taking his seat beside his good nephew, he found it difficult to speak for most of the evening, his mind in turmoil. He feigned tiredness as the reason for his lack of conversation, instead watching the lively interactions around him. He noticed how easily Lady Serwyn engaged with the children and Eddard, how at ease they all seemed. A nagging voice in his head threatened to rise again. "Uncle Blackfish, could I be a knight?" Brandon asked, looking up at him with wide eyes. Brynden smiled at the boy. "Of course you could, lad. In fact, when you're older, how about being my squire?" "Could I, father? Could I?" the boy asked excitedly. "Aye, if you're good, lad," Eddard replied, and the boy eagerly agreed he would be, before leaning down to tell the wolf that he was going to be a knight. "Could I squire too?" Arya piped up. Brynden shook his head. "Sorry, but ladies can't be squires." He chuckled as she protested, insisting she wasn't a lady and that boys had all the fun. He ate and drank more ale than he should have, feeling himself, while not quite drunk, at least well on the way there. Later that night, as he lay in bed, his mind was once again filled with thoughts of Jon Snow, thoughts of whether his niece and nephew had once again tried to harm a child. As he drifted off to sleep, his dreams turned dark, filled with visions of lions and a white wolf tearing down the gates of Riverrun, dreams of his home engulfed in flames. Casterly Rock, 294 AC, Jaime. While he was always glad to have his brother with him, his happiness was tempered by what was to come. "Come," they said, welcoming him back. They wanted him to settle in, to rest and enjoy the calm, because a storm was on the horizon. Each member of the family greeted him, while Jon took Oberyn away, giving them more time alone with Tyrion. Yet, it was Jon and Dacey's condition that weighed most heavily on Tyrion's mind. "What do you plan to do?" he asked as they sat in the solar an hour later, discussing events from both their perspectives. "Wait for now," came the reply. "Wait?" Tyrion questioned. Jon was right. "We know them, we know their plans. We can watch them, and if necessary, we can change our minds and deal with them." The more he explained it to me, the more it made sense. "Explain it to me," Tyrion urged, clearly unconvinced. So he did. He laid it all out, and Tyrion nodded, adding little insights until he burst into laughter at the end. "He really is a wolf." "Not only a wolf," he replied, and his brother nodded. "What of Loamara?" Tyrion asked. "Strange man. He keeps looking at me oddly, but I think he's trustworthy. He thought we were there to kill him." "He did?" "Aye. He got down on his knees and asked us to make it clean. He knows things. We'll learn more when he speaks to Jon." "And Viserys and this Magister?" Tyrion inquired. "I don't know, Jaime. I can't understand his game. Jon will look to rescue him," he said. "Aye, at least his aunt seems safe." "You saw her?" "No, but we heard about her. She and the Hound are proving far more difficult to capture than the Magister expected, even if he claims it's his goal to help." "Jon was right," Jaime said, laughing. Tyrion glanced at him. "The Hound," Jaime continued, "he said he saw him in a vision, a large dog guarding a silver-headed girl. It seems sending him was the right thing to do." He noticed Tyrion look away from him briefly when he mentioned the vision. "Dacey?" Tyrion asked. "Soon, brother. You're soon to be an uncle. Tyrion smiled as he reached for the glass, pouring wine for both of them. To Uncle Tyrion, his brother said with a laugh. Uncle Tyrion, Tyrion echoed, and although he joined in the laughter, he felt a twinge of guilt about it. That evening's dinner was one of the happiest he could remember. Dacey was well enough to attend, grumbling only a little when both Tyrion and Oberyn glanced at her size. Illyria quickly sat beside her, discussing remedies for her aches and pains. She handed Dacey a drink she had prepared, which seemed to make her much more comfortable after taking a sip. Meanwhile, Oberyn entertained Sarella, Loras, Cregan, Satin, and Brienne with story after story, all of them listening eagerly. Jon kept Joy entertained, while Tyrion and Geryon shared laughter. Illyria and Dacey spoke quietly together, and Tyrion found himself glancing over at Jenna. They shared the same expression, both seeking out Tyrion and feeling anxious about what awaited them the next day. It will be all right, you know this, my love, Dacey said softly later that night as they stood in their room. He's going to be so hurt, Dacey. So hurt by it all, Tyrion replied, helping her undress before guiding her to bed. He is, but you'll be there for him. We all will. He said, wrapping his arms around her and planting a gentle kiss on her neck. He inadvertently tickled her when his hair brushed against her ear. What was that Illyria gave you? He asked, laughing as she brushed his hair away. It helps with the back pain, some herbs. I felt so much better after it. She said she'll make me some more. Back pain? You didn't tell me you were in pain. No, I didn't. You already treat me like I'm about to break. I didn't want to give you more excuses, she replied, and he chuckled before kissing her again. The night seemed to fly by faster than he expected. The next morning, Tyrion found his appetite vanished. After finishing his meal, he, Jenna, and Geryon made their way down to the vaults. They walked through the rooms and out onto the beach, where they found Jon with Arthur and the two dragons, Rhaenys and Lygaron, soaring in the sky. By the gods, she's grown, Tyrion remarked, while Jaime and Geryon shuddered as the bronze dragon flew closer, chirping at them. Jon spoke softly to the dragon, his words lost in the wind. Tyrion, there's something we need to tell you, Jon said, pausing as he noticed the worried expression on his face. What is it? What's wrong? Tyrion asked, concern creeping into his voice. While you were gone, I had a vision, Tyrion, a vision of the past, Jon continued, waiting for Tyrion to nod before he pressed on. I saw something I wish I could forget, something I need to tell you, but it's crucial, you know. What is it? What's wrong? Tyrion's brother asked, glancing between Jon and Tyrion. My grandfather was an evil man, Tyrion, far worse than we ever knew. It seems that. I'm sorry, Tyrion, I'm so sorry, but he. Jon struggled to find the words. Jaime was silent, unable to speak. Riella wasn't the only woman Aerys forced himself upon, Tyrion. He did it to your mother too, Jenna stated, and Tyrion shook his head in disbelief. He couldn't, he wouldn't. Father, no, he couldn't. Father would have. Jaime, this isn't true. Please, tell me it's not true. Tyrion's voice trembled as he began to back away, retreating up the sand. It is true, Tyrion, it is. But that's not all, Jon started, but the words failed him as he looked helplessly at his brother. Aerys was your father, nephew, not Tywin, Geryon finally said, when Jaime could not. Tyrion fell to his knees, and Jaime rushed to his side as quickly as he could. Look at me. Look at me. You are my brother, Tyrion. You are my brother. Nothing anyone can say will ever change that. You are my brother, Jaime said, his arms reaching out to pull Tyrion closer, even as Tyrion tried to pull away. I'm a monster. A monster, sired by an even bigger monster, rape spawn, dragon spawn. Tyrion shouted, and the bronze dragon flew closer while the white one and Jon worked to keep Lygaron at bay. "You are my nephew whom I love. You are the furthest thing from a monster there could be," Jenna said as she joined the embrace, holding her brother tightly. Jairion moved in too, and together, the three of them tried to comfort him. Tyrion screamed and sobbed, torn between pulling away and letting them draw him closer. Eventually, he calmed down somewhat. Reluctantly, they allowed him to step back. Tyrion shook his head and began walking down the beach. Jaime started to follow, but Jon placed a hand on his chest, watching as Ghost took off after Tyrion, both of them disappearing over a dune. What if he's not safe? What if he tries to harm himself? Jaime said, panic filling his voice. Ghost won't allow it. Just give him some time, a little anyway, Jon replied, and Jairion nodded in agreement. We should have told him differently, better, softer. We should have done something, anything, Jaime said, pacing in the sand. A moment later, he noticed Jon's worried expression as he looked over his shoulder. Turning, he saw Jorah running toward them. My lord, you must come. It's time, it's time. The babe is coming. What? It can't be. It's too soon, Jaime said, glancing in the direction Tyrion had gone. It is happening now, my lord. Jardine says it's coming. Lady Dacey asks for you, Jorah insisted. I can't, Go, Jaime, go. You too, Jenna. Jairion and I will stay. Just go, Jon urged, feeling torn about what to do. Before he could gather his thoughts, Jorah and Jenna practically dragged him away. They arrived at his room so quickly that he barely registered how he got there. Inside, he found himself holding her hand. She is well? Jenna asked. Jon looked down at her, noting the sweat on her brow and the pained expression on her face. His gaze shifted to the Maester, then to Jenna, and finally to Ellaria, who he hadn't even noticed when he entered. She is. The babe will be here soon, the Maester replied. Jaime, Tyrion, how is he? Dacey asked, and Jon turned his attention back to her. He grabbed a wet cloth and wiped her brow gently. He is fine, my love. Nothing to worry about, he assured her, and she nodded, accepting the lie for now. Winterfell, 294 AC, Ned had allowed Brynden to settle in, giving him time to get comfortable before initiating their conversation. It was for the man's sake, but also a bit for his own. Seeing Brynden arrive without Cat had surprised him, and the fact that he had come after she had gone south, without her, left a nagging feeling in Ned's gut. They had shared a meal and drinks, and Ned had spent the night as he had many times since his wife had left to visit her family, going over the letters he had discovered. At first, he had been shocked by what Lya had shown him, so caught off guard that he struggled to connect the name with the man. Peter Baelish. The name didn't register in his mind as the Peter he knew, Cat's childhood friend, the man Brandon had almost killed. Instead, he had been overwhelmed by the sheer number of letters, over 50 of them. So absorbed in trying to read through them, he had missed the connection entirely. Then, once he finished, when the shock wore off, it came to him. Ned couldn't shake the thought of who Peter Baelish was, so he read the letters over and over, searching for answers or perhaps some clarity. Yet, clarity was elusive. On the surface, the letters seemed innocent enough, but the subject matter was troubling. Why was Cat communicating with this man about Jon? Why was he sharing things that were clearly untrue? After dressing and having a quick breakfast, Ned tried to push the letters from his mind and resume his daily routine. However, he noticed that Brynden's mood mirrored his own unease. Feeling the need to address the unsettling feelings in his gut, he approached Brynden. Brynden, have you seen the God's Wood? He asked, walking toward his good uncle. Not yet, Eddard, Brynden replied. Ned, he corrected him gently. Ned, Brynden repeated. As they walked, Ned noticed the awe on Bryndon's face when he caught sight of the weirwood. Bryndon made his way over to the stream, sitting down on a log and gesturing for Ned to join him. Ned felt a bit exposed without ice by his side but sat down anyway. "Why have you come here, Bryndon?" "Truly?" Ned asked, looking for honesty. Bryndon sighed. "I wanted to see the North and my grandnephew. I wanted to find out if the boy was someone I could feel hopeful about, someone I'd like to squire for me in the future." Ned could tell that while this was true, it wasn't the whole truth. "Why now? Did Hoster write to you about Brandon?" Bryndon inquired. For a brief moment, Ned wondered if Bryndon had learned of the letter Hoster had sent to his father, but he quickly realized that Bryndon was referring to his son, not his brother. "No, he never did," Ned answered. "After his death, I found some notes. He wished for Brandon to foster with him and talked about discussing his future with you." "He never did?" "No." "Why do you ask?" "What's this really about, Bryndon?" "My nephew's an idiot, Ned. A complete idiot. Before he died, my brother and I spoke. I think he may have been ready to name Brandon his heir instead of Edmure. Could he really be suggesting what Ned feared? Was he truly implying that his nephew was a kinslayer? If so, what Lewin had said about the Tullus made that possibility even more troubling. "Where is Kat, Bryndon?" Ned asked. "She traveled to King's Landing with Edmure for his naming ceremony. After that, I believe she planned to go to Highgarden, but I can't say for certain where my niece is now." "What is it that you're not telling me?" Ned pressed, noticing the way Bryndon hesitated. "I won't speak on things I don't know, Ned. I won't risk voicing the mistaken thoughts of an old man. All I'll say is, my nephew is an idiot, and I hope to see my grandnephew was not one." "And if he's not?" Ned inquired. "Then I'd ask to train the lad, to be his knight while he serves as my squire. He's too young. When he's older, perhaps." "Why wait? Your bastard was only 6 name days when he went west. Why not allow Brandon to go earlier?" "He's only 4 name days, Bryndon." But I ask you to think on it, Ned." Bryndon stood up, his expression resolute. "How much of an idiot is your nephew, Bryndon?" Ned called after him as Bryndon turned to leave. "You heard about King's Landing? About what happened?" "Aye. That was him being clever, Ned," Bryndon replied with a shrug, walking away. Ned found himself sitting alone for far longer than he had anticipated. Eventually, Lya approached, her eyes full of concern. He picked up a stone and tossed it into the pool, watching as the fish scattered, Lya growling at them as they darted away. Later that night, he found himself speaking to Lewin again about the timing of the ravens to Riverrun, working through the dates in his mind. He recalled Kat's worries about Sansa and not Jon. Once more, he reread the letters. The earlier ones made little sense, the topics unclear to him. But it was the later letters, the ones that clearly mentioned Jon, that caught his attention. Ned realized the implications of Bryndon's comments more clearly now. These were replies, reflections that indicated his wife had initiated this conversation. It meant she had written just as many letters in the opposite direction, and this man's thoughts about his nephew had come in response to her own. He kept returning to the last letter, the one that had arrived just as Jon was due to come home. The memory of her words became clearer in his mind. "My dearest Kat, I hope this letter finds you well, though the news I have to share will no doubt cause you concern. I dearly wish it were not so. I wish the news I shared with you would only bring you happiness and joy. But alas, that is not the way of life, and so I must warn you of the danger that may threaten you and your family. It has come to my attention that along with the Lannisters, Jon Snow intends to take Winterfell from your son. After he tricked Edmure into a skewed duel, he was heard bragging about bringing the Tullus down once and for all. I'm sorry to say he did so without witnesses, my dearest one, for if there had been, I could have brought it to Lord Aaron's attention and stopped him before he could put his plans into action. He was then heard boasting that soon your son would be reviled in the north, leading to his declaration as heir. I do not know what schemes he has to dispose of young Brandon, but be wary, Cat, for I'm certain he has some. I will continue to help in any way I can, ask of me any service you wish, and if it is within my power, I shall provide it. Be careful, Cat, for I fear that perhaps your husband is not only aware of these plans but may be involved in them in some way. I remain, as always, your most loyal friend and servant. Ned felt the weight of her fears and worries. At first, he had been furious with Baelish for making such accusations, wanting to confront Jon about it, to tell Jaime of his claims. But something nagged at the back of his mind, telling him that things were wrong, that he was missing something crucial. Until he uncovered the truth, it would be wrong to speak on it. Everything felt clearer now. Ned realized that this was a response to Kat's words. This man was telling her what she wanted to hear, feeding her paranoia about Jon and adding fuel to the fire. At first, he couldn't understand why. This man was still in love with his wife after all these years and was willing to help her. Now he was the master of coin. The letters, his wife's absence, the attacks on Jon, Bryndon's arrival, his cryptic words, everything was coming together. It was clear that his wife was caught in a web of confusion. A knock on the door broke his thoughts. He placed the letters back in the drawer and opened the door to find Luwin standing there. A raven, my lord, for Highgarden, Luwin said, handing him a scroll sealed with the rose of Highgarden. Lord Stark, we've had to cut short a visit from your wife after she upset Sansa greatly. She was flippant and dismissive about the terrible news we believe to be true regarding Jon. I had no choice but to order her to leave, and she did not do so gracefully. I assure you, I place no fault with you, nor with Sansa, who will write to you with her own thoughts on the matter. I just wanted to keep you informed. I will not have a woman speak ill of Jon in my home, especially when we believe he had passed. That was not something I would expect from a godly woman. Lady Olenna. Ned waited until Luwin had left, then sat heavily on the bed, his head in his hands. Cat, what have you done? He murmured, his voice tinged with both sadness and anger. Casterly Rock, 294 AC, Jon sat quietly on the beach, Geryon beside him, while Arthur stood far enough back that he could barely be seen. Jon could sense Tyrion's sadness and anger, and he knew he was agitating the White Wolf as they waited. His movements were far calmer than he would have expected. Rhaenyra soared above, keeping Lygaron away, trying to convey to his son that yes, his rider was hurting, but now was not the time, now he needed space. Soon, my son. Soon you can. Go to him, for now, let him be, he thought to himself, and the bronze dragon reluctantly agreed. Watch him, Ray, he said, and she promised she would. Geryon kept his gaze fixed on the beach where Tyrion sat. Jon could sense his desire to rise and go to his nephew, to offer him comfort. Yet, Geryon's eyes occasionally drifted toward the vaults, where Jaime had gone, and where Dacey was bringing a new cub into the world. We should go to him, Geryon suggested. Jon shook his head. He doesn't want us to, my lord. He wishes to be alone, give him time. Is he safe? Is he well? Geryon pressed. He is safe and will be well. He's handling it better than I had hoped. Or he's not handling it at all, Jon. I think he is, but you could be right. I'll go. Maybe it's better if I go, Jon. Geryon offered. Trust me, it's not, Jon replied, and Geryon nodded in agreement. Jon walked slowly down the beach, finding Tyrion almost snuggled against Ghost, he was that close. He closed his eyes and silently thanked the wolf for looking after his family. Ghost turned to him, and Jon felt a connection in his mind, Pack. Despite the circumstances, he smiled. May I sit? He asked. Tyrion nodded. I understand, you know, better than anyone. That's why I didn't want to tell you, why Lygaron and I fought so much. Why would you fight with a dragon? Jon asked. I'm a dragon, we fight, Tyrion replied, trying to lighten the mood, but neither of them laughed. I'm a monster, a child of rape, Tyrion confessed, his self-disgust evident. When Jaime first told me the truth, I felt that way too, a monster, a child of rape. That's what I had been told, you see. I believed my mother had been kidnapped and raped by my father. Of course, I didn't know she was my mother or that he was my father when I heard that over the years. But later, when Jaime told me how I felt, Tyrion spat out. Your mother wasn't raped, though, was she? Mine was, by your grandfather. I know, Jon replied, but I understand. I get how it makes you feel, how it hurts you. And as hard as it may be for you to believe, it actually makes no difference at all. What the hell are you talking about, Jon? How can you say that? It makes every difference. I'm a child born of rape, it makes a difference. Tyrion said angrily. You are, but it makes no difference at all. Just as being a bastard makes no difference, or being trueborn. None of it matters, Tyrion. You are who you are, not because of your birth, but because of you. Tyrion looked at him, shaking his head. I'm a brother, a nephew, an uncle, and soon to be an uncle again. What? Dacey is having her babe. You're about to become an uncle again, Jon said, a smile spreading across his face. Again? Uncle, again, Jon replied, looking at him. Tyrion stared back, and realization slowly dawned on his face. Jon, I know this is hard. I know you'll need time to deal with it. I did. But you haven't changed, Tyrion. No one feels any differently about you, not even me. I considered you my family before this. This just confirms we are kin. I hate Aerys with every ounce of my being, for what he did to my grandmother, to my grandfather and uncle, and to your mother. But you are my uncle, my family, my blood. For that, I'm grateful. They sat in silence for a bit, and Tyrion looked out as the dragons descended. Jon felt Lygaron trying to speak to him, trying to reach into his mind. He is yours, you know, Jon said after a moment. What? Tyrion asked. Lygaron. He is yours. You are his rider. He's waiting for you. You're giving me your dragon? Tyrion's voice was laced with disbelief. He is not my dragon. He chooses you. Tyrion, I think he felt it the moment he first saw you, Jon said, recalling how the bronze dragon reacted upon meeting Tyrion. When I was a child, Jerion asked me what gift I wanted for my name day. I begged him for a dragon. I told him it didn't even have to be a big one, it could be small, like me, Tyrion replied, a small smile forming on his face. Your uncle, like you, will cast a large shadow, Jon said as he stood up. Your niece or nephew is about to be born. Do you want to stay here or go see them? Let's go, nephew. I can wallow later, Tyrion replied, and Jon nodded in agreement. Jerion approached them, offering a soft smile as he knelt down to hug Tyrion. Jon turned to Rhaenys and Lygaron, promising to speak with them later. The bronze dragon seemed content for now. Jon understood that Tyrion still had a journey ahead of him, that he hadn't fully come to terms with everything yet. But the arrival of the baby might just be the best timing for him. After instructing Jorah and Sarella to help Rhaenys and Lygaron inside, they took the lift up and found Loras and Joy waiting outside Jaime's room, with Jenna there too. As soon as she spotted Tyrion, Jenna hurried over and whispered something in his ear. Jon felt relieved when he saw the small smile that spread across Tyrion's face. Where are the others? Jon asked Loras. Oberyn offered to do some sparring with them, but Joy wanted to come here, Loras explained. The babe is coming, Jon. Joy asked eagerly. He is another little cousin for you, Joy, Jon replied, and she beamed at the news. When? She inquired, her excitement palpable. Soon, he assured her, and she nodded, moving to stand beside him. Tyrion sad? She asked, tilting her head. Jon couldn't help but chuckle softly as he nodded. Joy then dashed over to Tyrion and wrapped her arms around him in her biggest hug. Jon realized he needed to get something for Joy to drink. He made his way to fetch refreshments for each of them. It wasn't for lack of servants, but he worried that the noise from inside would scare the little ones. Not long after they returned, the sound of a baby crying filled the air. Moments later, Jaime emerged, his smile growing even wider when he spotted Tyrion. Is everything all right? Is Dacey well? Jenna asked, and Jaime nodded. She is, along with our daughter, Jaime replied, glancing at Tyrion. Joanna Lannister, he said. Jon watched as Tyrion nodded, wiping his eyes. The next day, he saw her. The baby lay in a small crib, looking so tiny and delicate. Her hair was almost as dark as his, and her eyes shone a vivid green. After speaking with Dacey and learning she was feeling much better, Jon talked to Jaime about Tyrion's reaction. Jaime seemed surprised that Tyrion was handling it so well. It will hit him again, my lord. I think the baby and other things have taken his mind off it for now, Jon said. What do we do about everyone else, Jon? Should we tell them? Jaime asked. There's plenty of time for that. Enjoy your daughter, my lord. Make sure Dacey is well. We'll deal with things as they come, Jon advised. Over the next few days, Jon noticed Tyrion drinking a bit more than usual. Concerned, he spoke to Oberyn, who told him that Tyrion was likely hiding whatever he was feeling inside. Jon decided to approach Tyrion again, but nothing much changed. Instead, he asked Jerian and Jenna to talk to him, sensing that Tyrion wasn't quite sure how their relationship worked at the moment and needed more time. My lord, he heard a voice as he stepped out of the lift. It was Walder, on guard today. Maester? Jon responded. I do not know if I'm still one, so perhaps it's best to call me by name, Daelor Loamra, the former Maester said. Asoci? Jon asked, and the man smiled and nodded. I was born in Bravos but came here at a young age to study at the Citadel, Daelor explained as they walked. Why? Jon inquired. I wish to work for the Targaryens, my lord. Jon, he replied, and the former Maester continued. Jon, he nodded. Why work for the Targaryens? If that's the case, why not just work for them directly? Why go through the expense and training at the Citadel? An old friend once told me I'd be needed here one day. She shared this with me many years ago when I was just a boy. An old friend? That's a story for another time. I've been catching up on some of your accomplishments, Jon. Incredible achievements for someone so young. I've had some ideas, Daelor. Others have seen them through, Jon replied, and the man chuckled quietly. You're just like him, you know. Like who? Jon asked, already anticipating the answer. Your father. Jon was about to respond when Melisandre stepped off the lift. Jon, she said, noticing something in his expression. Lady Melisandre, this is Daelor Loamra, the former Maester of Dragonstone. My lady, Daelor said, I must return to my work. He turned to leave but paused to add, blood is the key, Jon. The Red Priests understand this. There is power in king's blood, and magic requires power. With that, he walked away. That man was a maester? Melisandre asked, and Jon nodded. He delivered my sister, he said. She looked at him thoughtfully and nodded. What he said about king's blood, is it true? There is power in all blood, Jon. King's blood is indeed powerful, yours more than any. Why? You are his chosen. Later, Jon spent the day playing on the beach with Joy. She was thrilled that coming down to the vaults was a secret adventure and that she got to see the dragons. Most of the day, however, was spent chasing Ghost and Dusk through the sand, making sure Cregan and Loras helped her. Before dinner, he sparred with Bren and Satin since they still couldn't come down to the vaults. He missed spending time with them and resolved to make more of it. That night, he spoke to Sarilla about what Loamor and Melisandre had said before she went on her way. Jon sat down to eat with Ellaria and Oberyn, leaving him alone with the dragons. Lygaron was annoyed that Tyrion hadn't come to him yet, and Jon couldn't help but laugh each time the dragon complained. The amusement only grew when he and Rhaenys began to argue over Lygaron's grumbling. "You're behaving like a child," Rhaenys said. "I am a child," Lygaron replied. "But you're a dragon," Rhaenys insisted. "A small dragon," Lygaron shot back. "A dragon still." "You were right, father. She is bossy." "I am not bossy." I am not bossy." "Tell him." Jon decided not to point out that her insistence on him telling Lygaron she wasn't bossy only proved the bronze dragon's point. Instead, he adopted his most serious tone and did as she had instructed. "Ray is not bossy." Thankfully, Lygaron chose to leave it at that, and the dragon settled down to rest after eating. Jon walked over to the glass candles, determined to practice once more. He lined them up and, to his frustration, found that nothing he tried seemed to stop the images from shifting. No amount of concentration appeared to help. Just as he was about to put them back, an idea struck him. He took his knife and cut his hand, allowing the blood to drip onto each candle one by one. When he looked again, he noticed that the flame atop the green candle was different, brighter, while the others seemed dimmer than usual. Starting over, he concentrated again, and to his delight, it began to work. He asked for Highgarden, and the first of the black candles revealed the keep. It was the first time he'd seen it, and it looked amazing. Thinking of Marjorie, he saw her next, peacefully asleep with her eyes closed, arms wrapped around her pillow. When he asked for Sansa, the image shifted, and he saw Fawn and his little sister asleep in bed. Turning to another candle, he asked for Winterfell and watched as the familiar scene unfolded. He then requested a glimpse of his uncle and saw him drinking at the high table, surrounded by others who were doing the same. He continued, asking for the Wall and Castle Black, and watched as the keep came into view, the men there drinking and sharing stories. In the common hall, Jon soon spotted Benjen, Aemon, Ser Alliser, and Ser Jeremy. He turned his attention to Ser Jeremy, and as he thought of his aunt, he saw her riding alongside the Hound and a woman he didn't recognize, all heading toward a distant city by the sea. "Where's my uncle?" he asked, and the image faded. Next, he inquired about Viserys, but realized he needed to be more specific. Suddenly, the image of his uncle, bound in the back of a cart, flashed before him. He quickly shifted his focus to Oberyn and saw him with Ellaria, but that led him to ask for Tyrion instead. There he found Tyrion drinking with Jerion. Jon leaned back in his chair, glancing from candle to candle, watching the images stabilize and sharpen. He leaned forward again, directing his gaze to the first candle. "I want to see the past," he requested, and his heart ached as he beheld a woman riding a horse across familiar lands. Her hair flowed behind her, and her smile was unmistakable. Tears filled his eyes as he recognized her. Chapter 74, The Destination is More Important Than the Journey. Casterly Rock, 294 AC, Oberyn looked around as the news of the babe lifted spirits at the rock, if only temporarily. He and Ellaria had extended their best wishes to the new parents, and he had even held the infant, a rare privilege in this strange new world he inhabited. Being welcomed at Casterly Rock, forming friendships with the Lannisters, and cradling Jaime Lannister's child felt almost natural now, which was peculiar in its own right. However, while most of the inhabitants celebrated, it was clear to Oberyn, and even more so to Ellaria, that something was troubling Tyrion. Despite the outward appearance of joy, Oberyn could see the signs. Tyrion was drinking more, speaking less, and his usual laughter was absent. It seemed as though he was forcing a smile, masking a deeper discontent. "You should talk to him, my love," Ilaria suggested as Oberyn got dressed. "We should," he replied, but she shook her head. "No, sometimes men need men. Go speak to him. I'll be here for him when he needs me." She kissed him, and he left the room, taking the lift up to the family wing. Tyrion was not typically a morning person. Both he and Ilaria had discovered this during their time together. No amount of teasing could change that fact. So, seeing him break his fast alone only fueled Oberyn's determination to uncover what weighed on his friend's mind. He quietly took a seat beside Tyrion, choosing to observe him as he mechanically went through the motions of eating, appearing almost in a daze. "Come," Oberyn urged, standing up and stepping toward him. "What?" Tyrion asked, surprised to see him. "Come, my friend. It's time we talked." "I'm fine, Oberyn," Tyrion insisted, shaking his head. "Don't make me carry you," Oberyn replied, expecting a smile. Instead, he found Tyrion looking back at him with a serious expression. Tyrion scowled, his frustration evident as he followed Oberyn reluctantly. They took the lift down to the vaults, Tyrion glaring at him the entire way. As they passed Jon's room, Tyrion cast a brief, wistful glance at the door. Once they stepped out onto the beach, he hesitated. "I don't want to go out there," Tyrion said firmly. "Oberyn," he replied, kneeling to meet Tyrion's gaze. "We need to talk. Please, my friend, just talk to me." Tyrion didn't respond verbally, but he nodded slightly, and together they walked onto the beach. The sun blazed overhead, and the shore was deserted. Oberyn noticed Tyrion's gaze drifting to a spot further up the beach, but he led him instead to the water's edge. Bending down, Oberyn picked up a shell, rolled it in his hands, and then, leaning back, hurled it as far as he could into the water. He bent down again, repeating the process, before turning to hand one to Tyrion. "What do you want me to do with this?" Tyrion asked, his voice heavy with gloom. "Throw it as far as you can. Go on, show me." To Oberyn's surprise, Tyrion did just that, launching the shell into the distance with surprising strength. Oberyn bent down and picked up another shell, then another, and for the next hour, the two stood in silence, tossing shells into the waves. Finally, Tyrion broke the silence, his voice barely audible over the sound of the crashing surf, thick with emotion. "I killed my mother. My sister always told me I did. She always blamed me for it. But Jaime told me I didn't, that it was just the way of the world. That I shouldn't be blamed. But he was wrong. I killed her. I'm the reason she's dead. Women die in childbirth, Tyrion. If that were the only reason, you would bear no blame. But we know why your mother died, and we've seen justice brought to the man who killed her," Oberyn replied gently. "Have we? I'm the man who killed her. I'm the reason she was killed. They killed her because of me. They killed her to stop me from being born," Tyrion said, wiping his eyes. "You are not to blame, they are. They and the control they seek to wield. They used your mother's death to fuel your father's rage," Oberyn replied. "My father's rage didn't need fuel," Tyrion almost spat. "What fuel does a madman need? No, the only fuel my father ever needed was wildfire. Had he his way, he'd have burned them all." Oberyn looked at him, confused. Tywin was an evil man, but he didn't consider him mad. Wildfire? What did he mean by wildfire? "Tyrion, I am a child of rape, a monster. How am I supposed to live with that? How am I supposed to live knowing what Aerys did to her? Knowing that because of me, they killed her? They killed my mother because she carried a child conceived by a madman," Tyrion said, almost collapsing to the ground. He sat down hard, taking a few moments to gather himself. When he finally did, he too sat down heavily. Reaching over, Oberyn put his arm around Tyrion's shoulder and pulled him close, feeling him sob against him. "You are not a monster, nor are you the reason for your mother's death. She would not blame you if she were here. Speak to Ellaria, ask her how a mother feels. Speak to Dacey and ask her if she would give her life for her babes. She's not here. She never had a chance, Oberyn." "She never had a chance," Tyrion replied, shaking his head. "I know, my friend. I know. But you are alive, so be what she would have wished you to be. Be what she would have wanted you to be. I don't know what that is. Be a brother, Tyrion. An uncle, a nephew, a cousin. Speak to your family, they love you, and you love them. My nephew has a new uncle, one I'm proud to call. Be there for him, as he will be there for you," Oberyn said, offering his support. They sat together for a few more moments. Tyrion gazed out at the sea, the rhythmic waves almost soothing him. Though he still felt the weight of his pain, he hoped he had managed to help his friend, even a little. Eventually, Tyrion rose to his feet, and they began to walk back to the vaults. As they entered, Tyrion paused, looking up at Oberyn and nodding before heading to Jon's room. He hoped Jon would find some comfort there. As Tyrion walked toward his own room, preparing to share with Ellaria what had been troubling him, he cursed Aerys once again. No man had caused as much distress and pain as Aerys Targaryen, and none deserved to rot in the seven hells more than he. Meanwhile, in Highgarden, in 294 AC, Olenna had just seen Catelyn off. After the woman had left, Olenna wrote to Winterfell to inform Ned Stark. She recognized that she had acted rashly, politically speaking, but Catelyn had forced her hand. Olenna had found herself caught in her own genuine grief over Jon's death, not just in terms of how it affected her family's prospects, but true sorrow for the boy himself. Surprised by her own reaction, she initially attributed it to knowing how much Margaery was hurting from the news. However, in the cold light of day, she realized she had grieved for Jon too. This was why, when her granddaughter came to her with Sansa, saying that Jon was alive and that there had been some mistake, Olenna didn't feel relief over Margaery's prospects. Instead, she felt joy that Jon was still alive. "How could you know this? Have we received a raven?" Olenna asked, her curiosity piqued. Margaery shook her head. "No, grandmother. Fawn told me." "Fawn?" Olenna asked, bewildered, glancing at Sansa for confirmation. "Jon was with Fawn." "It was a mistake, grandmother. Something went wrong." Sansa explained. "He warged into her. She showed me, and then when I asked her, Jon told me," Margaery said, her smile radiant as she spoke. Olenna struggled to organize her thoughts. She was familiar with warging, she had seen it happen before, but that had been a bird, and one just outside the keep. Was it even possible for someone to warg over such a distance? She glanced at Sansa, who looked both shocked and skeptical of Margaery's claim. It was clear Sansa didn't believe it either, and she was on the brink of becoming upset. "He warged like the bird?" Olenna asked, more to soothe Sansa than because she truly believed Margaery's words. "He did, grandmother," Margaery replied. "But how did you know it was him, sweetling?" Olenna pressed. Margaery then recounted the drawing and the silver case she kept it in, how she had held it in her hands, and how Fawn had pushed against her and the drawing. She described how the wolf had looked into her eyes, and when she questioned it, it had told her it was Jon and that he was safe and well. While Olenna felt her own doubts ease a bit with Margaery's explanation, it seemed Sansa's doubts remained. "I saw Jon do this myself, Sansa." "If Margaery says it was Jon, Olenna insisted, noticing Sansa's posture relax and a smile return to her face. "Why don't you two go get some sleep? We'll talk more about this tomorrow. With any luck, we'll receive a raven soon." She kissed both their foreheads as they left the room and walked over to pour herself a mug of water. It had been a trying day, and now it was turning into a trying night as well. But as she climbed back into bed, she felt much better than she had an hour ago. She hoped that when she woke, a raven would have arrived. As much as she wanted to believe Marjorie, she needed more tangible proof. The next day, it wasn't a. As they finished their breakfast, a raven arrived. This time, it was a man. She soon discovered that he should have arrived days earlier. In her solar, as she scrutinized him and read the letter he handed over, her gaze turned sharp. Her irritation flared at the message. "Why were you delayed?" she demanded. "My horse broke a leg," he replied. "I had to walk for a few miles before I found a place to buy another. It added several days to my journey." "Very well," she said, her tone softening slightly. "My man will see you rested and fed." With that, the messenger left, and she turned her attention back to the letter. "Lady Olenna," it began. "A plot has been uncovered to see me dead. An assassin has been hired by Caitlin Tully, Edmure Tully, and Peter Baelish. The man they hired, however, works for my Master of Whisperers. I have decided to use this plot to my advantage, and to do that, I intend to stage a mummery. Ravens will be sent to inform the realm of the success of the assassination and my death. A few days later, more ravens will reveal the truth of my survival. I will seize this opportunity to expose those who stand against me, lords, ladies, maesters, or whomever it may be. My men are watching and taking note. Let the fishes celebrate, and let the mockingbird sing. Let them rest easy in their beds, believing their work is done. Then, let them worry. Let them ponder their failure and fear the retribution. Dragons burn, my lady, and wolves stalk. Today, I intend to be a wolf, but the hour of the dragon will soon be at hand. John." It annoyed her that had she received this letter sooner, she, Sansa, and Marjorie would not have had to worry so much or feel the grief they did. Yet, another part of her, the more vengeful side, the one she occasionally indulged, found immense satisfaction in Jon's words. Cregan Stark had unleashed the hour of the wolf upon an unsuspecting realm, removing the enemies of the crown with great precision. Ruthless efficiency, Lady Olenna mused. Why be a wolf or a dragon when you can be both? She held the letter to the candle, watching it catch fire. It took a few days for the ravens to arrive, one for her, and one each for Marjorie and Sansa. Seeing the girls' smiling faces as they read Jon's words brightened Highgarden for days. Olenna found herself laughing as she turned down their requests to visit Casterly Rock and see Jon in person. The little stomp of annoyance her granddaughter made as she left the room was incredibly amusing. Olenna understood the sentiment, a part of her felt the same way. But a letter, raven scrolls, and a warging were enough to prove that Jon was well. While she would love to see him again, they had their own lives to lead. When Marjorie came to speak to her about the warging, mentioning that Sansa was having dreams of being a wolf, Olenna was taken aback. "She dreams this at night?" she asked, surprised. "She does. She told me something most strange, grandmother," Marjorie replied. "Stranger than dreaming of being a wolf?" Olenna chuckled lightly. "She says she's woken up with the taste of blood in her mouth, and when she looks at Fawn, she sees blood in the wolf's mouth too. She can taste it?" Olenna raised an eyebrow. "Aye, she can. That is most strange. I'll ask Willis to see if he can find out more." "Has she spoken to him about this?" "I think she's embarrassed to," Marjorie said, and Olenna nodded. "Perhaps we should go visit Jon. I'm sure he'd be able to help her through this," Marjorie suggested innocently. "You think those games work on me, child?" Olenna replied, watching her granddaughter smirk and shake her head. "It was worth a try. Has she written the letter to her father?" "She has, grandmother. She was quite cross when writing it." "Good. I'll have it sent to Old Town and then by ship to Winterfell." With any luck. It will arrive there before Caitlin Tully does, she said, noticing Marjorie's grimace at the mention of fish. Good. She had almost given in to Marjorie's request. Her granddaughter was right, Jon could help Sansa. Yet, a part of her felt apprehensive. She needed to learn more about this warging, about what it could do. Could it be learned? Was it exclusive to the Starks? What were its limits? Yes, she needed answers. So, she sent her maid to find Willis. This was something that required investigation. Norvos, 294 AC, Dany. Despite Sandor's misgivings, they made their way to the Red Temple. As they entered, she could sense his discomfort amidst the flames surrounding them. She wanted to take his hand, to offer him whatever comfort she could, but she knew how he would respond. He would just tell her to fuck off. Instead, she offered him her warmest smile, and he nodded in return. Ralsar guided her to the high priest, and Darius was everything she had anticipated. He was tall, with long, dark, graying hair and sparkling blue eyes. Were it not for the scars on his face, she might have considered him handsome. Welcome, Princess Daenerys and Sandor. I've been looking forward to seeing you both, Darius said, his voice softer than she had expected. Why? Sandor asked, his tone sharp with anger. I am an instrument of my god's will, and Lawler has bid me to help you on your journey. How can you help? She asked. I require a drop of your blood, Princess, for the flames. You will find the answers you seek within them. Fuck this, let's go, Sandor said, but she shook her head. If you're playing me false, priest, my friend and I will not take kindly to it, she said, trying to make her voice as firm as possible. I promise you, Princess, I am not. The visions are for you both, if you will, he said, gesturing toward the brazier. She stepped closer, while Sandor remained hesitant. Taking her knife, she cut her hand, allowing a drop of blood to fall. Into the flames, she glimpsed a woman wearing a red mask that concealed her face. Along with Sandor and the masked woman, she was on a boat heading toward a city. She saw a long bridge and towering black walls, a temple that reached high into the sky. A woman with long, dark hair smiled and beckoned her inside, her red robes shimmering in the light. Then, she noticed her eggs resting on some stones, a small bottle of green liquid placed atop them. She watched as the woman cut her hand and let her blood drip onto each of the eggs. Stepping back, she saw an arrow fly through the air, its tip ablaze. Green fire erupted, and when it subsided, the dragons emerged. They perched on her shoulders, one black and red, another green and bronze, and the last one cream and gold. The red priestess smiled, as did the woman in the mask, while Sandor knelt before her. Suddenly, the images shifted. She saw a small boy riding a bronze dragon, his outfit a striking red and black. Beside him flew a dark-haired man on a white dragon, its 4 legs marking it as different. He, too, was dressed in black and red. She then saw herself riding the black dragon, her hair whipping in the wind, adorned in the colors of her house as she soared alongside the others. As the flames died down, she turned to Sandor, noticing the shock on his face. Whether or not he had witnessed what she had, he had seen something, and she found great relief in that. Turning to Darius and Ralsar, both stood expectantly, waiting for her or Sandor to speak. What trickery was that? She asked. No trickery, Princess. What you saw was your future. What you choose to do with that is up to you. The city? She inquired. I do not know what you speak of, Princess. You saw a city? She described it to him, and he nodded, then glanced at Ralsar before shaking his head as she detailed the woman. The city is Volantis, Princess, he said. The great temple of R'hllor stood before them, but Ralsar warned, you should be cautious of that woman. She's a witch, a sorceress, she's evil, Princess. It's best if you stay away. Then why is your god showing her to me? She asked, her brow furrowing. The man shook his head, leaving her and Sandor standing there, uncertain. I can take you to her, princess, Ralsar offered. Both she and Sandor regarded him with suspicion. Why you and not him? Sandor questioned. Darius believes the woman is evil, but my God has revealed her to you. This means she has a role to play. Our duty is to serve our Lord, not to question him. What can you tell me about her? She pressed. I don't know much, princess. Only that she owns a small sailing boat and returned just yesterday. She glanced at Sandor, noting the same skepticism in his eyes. He too found this more than coincidental. The images she had seen in the flames, dragons, a dark-haired man, a boy, were haunting. Was one of them her husband? Her son? Where had the dragons come from, and where were the other two? These questions swirled in her mind, yet the thought of dragons being born sparked hope within her. We'll go back for our things. Meet us at the tavern, she instructed, and Ralsar nodded in agreement. Once they had put some distance between themselves and the temple, Sandor turned to her, his face contorted with fury. You don't actually believe those people, do you? What did you see in the flames? She pressed. Nothing. I didn't look in the fire, he lied, but she could see the truth in his eyes. Sandor, please. What did you see? Dragons, he admitted reluctantly. I saw the sky filled with dragons. A smile broke across her face at his words. They gathered the eggs she had hidden and collected their supplies, waiting until Ralsar arrived a few hours later. The three of them made their way to the river docks, where they found a variety of boats, some large, some small, and others that looked ready to fall apart, until finally, they spotted the one they were looking for. 3 men stood on the deck, a small sail billowing above them, and large poles jutting out over the water. We've come to see the lady, Ralsar announced. The oldest of the men turned to them, his gaze resting especially on Sandor. She's been expecting you, princess, and you too, Clegane, he said. Instinctively, both Daenerys and Sandor's hands moved to the weapons at their hips. You have nothing to fear here, Daenerys Stormborn. I give you my oath on that, a soft feminine voice floated from the cabin at the front of the boat. Turning, Daenerys saw a tall, slim woman emerge, cloaked in a hooded robe and wearing a red mask. The woman approached and then glanced dismissively at the Red Priestess, signaling for her to join them. Come, princess. We have a long journey ahead of us, and the tide waits for no one. A journey? Daenerys asked, her curiosity piqued and her unease growing at how much this woman seemed to know. Volantis. We must wake dragons from stone, princess. Who are you? She inquired, feeling the weight of the woman's gaze as if it were trying to pierce her very soul. You can call me Kaith, for now at least. Casterly Rock, 294 AC. Tyrion found solace in his conversations with Oberyn, and even more so with Jon, but it was his time spent with the dragon that brought him the greatest relief. He couldn't understand the dragon or communicate with it as Jon did, yet he felt a connection, as if he were inside the creature's mind. At first, it had felt strange. Jon sat beside him, while Rhaenys and Lygaron circled around, conversing with one another, while Sarella took notes in the corner. When Jon told him he needed to cut his hand to feed his dragon his blood, Tyrion had looked at him as if he were mad. But seeing the dragon's curious gaze, its head tilting from side to side as if questioning why he wasn't following his father's instructions, Tyrion finally asked for the knife. Are you sure about this, Jon? Me? No, but... I just make things up as I go, Jon said. If it weren't for the annoyed chirp from Lygaron and the almost cheerful chirping from Rhaenys, he might have thought the boy was serious. You really think this is a good time for jokes? He asked, and Lygaron chirped as if to agree. Aye, there's always time for jokes, uncle, Jon replied, and despite himself, he laughed. Aye, there is. As he cut his hand, before he could feel any pain or see his blood drip to the floor, Lygaron was already licking his palm, drinking up the blood. Then he felt it, the presence in the back of his mind growing larger until he heard it, his dragon's voice, which he thought was the most beautiful sound he had ever heard. "Welcome, rider," Lygaron chirped. "Tyrion," he said, and the dragon chirped his name back. "It's good to see you too, little one," he responded, and the dragon chirped indignantly. "Not for long. Soon I will grow large, and then, Tyrion, then we can fly," Lygaron said, and he nodded in agreement. He reached out, placing his hand on the dragon's neck, feeling it lean into his touch as it purred and rubbed against him before moving even closer. He never noticed Jon or Rhaenys leave, he simply sat there, holding the dragon close, feeling it against his chest. All his life, he had wanted this, a dragon of his own, a dream, a silly dream. "No dream," Lygaron chirped, and he smiled at that. He spent a good part of the day in Jon's room with the dragon, both of them dozing off. He felt almost embarrassed when Jon returned and woke him up. Lygaron still slept, and Tyrion realized he had rested far better than he had since learning the truth. As he stood up, Ghost came into the room, and he braced himself for the inevitable tug-of-war over his britches. Instead, he received the lick on the hand from the wolf. "Jon, why does your wolf suddenly like me?" he asked. Jon laughed as Ghost gave him what could only be described as an affronted look. "Ghost has always liked you, Tyrion, but he was a bit annoyed with you." "Annoyed?" Tyrion asked, clearly baffled. He says you were Pack, but you didn't act like it." "Pack? Your family, uncle." To Ghost, that makes you Pack. "I think he sensed you before any of us did, but the fact that you didn't know confused him. He tried to make you see." Tyrion chuckled, rubbing the white wolf's head. "So my britches are safe?" "For now, though dragons do burn things," Jon replied, laughing out loud at the worried look on Tyrion's face. "How did you ever survive with Jaime around, uncle? Will he be all right?" Tyrion asked, glancing at Lygaron, who was still sleeping. "He will. You'll need to come visit more often, and you might have to spend the odd night with him too." "I will." "Thank you, Jon." "For what?" "For being here for me." "It means a lot," Tyrion said, nodding. "We're family. We'll always be family." "That we are, nephew." "Speaking of family, I'd better go see my niece before Jaime or Dacey think I'm avoiding her." You'd better. Dacey will be up and around soon, and you've seen what she can do with her mace." Tyrion felt nervous standing outside Jaime's room. It wasn't just about seeing the babe, he and his brother hadn't really spoken since the revelation of his birth, not properly, not sitting down and having a conversation. He had been putting it off, and he knew Jaime had too. But now, he was ready to talk. So he knocked on the door, and Jaime opened it himself, a smile spreading across his face when he saw him there. "Come to see your niece, brother?" he asked. Tyrion nodded as Jaime moved to let him enter the room. He found Dacey resting on the bed, half awake. Her eyes opened when she saw him, and he raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Tyrion pressed his lips together and nodded as he approached the crib. Looking down at the baby, his eyes began to water. She was beautiful, perfect. Her green eyes gazed up into his mismatched ones, and her little smiling face, with tiny hands, captivated him. He reached in and gently took one of her fingers in his, marveling at how something so small could be so delicate. "She's a wonder, Jaime." "An absolute wonder," he said, watching as her tiny hand gripped his finger and tried to bring it to her mouth. "She's healthy, brother. Perfect and healthy." "I could wish for no more," Jaime replied, and Tyrion felt his heart leap at hearing him call him brother. He had told him so, he thought so, anyway. No, he was sure of it. Amidst the pain and tears, the rage and sadness, he had heard his brother call him brother. Knowing that Jaime thought of him in such a way lifted a weight from his chest. Jaime, We should talk about everything, Tyrion suggested as Joanna began to close her eyes. Wait for me in my solar. I'll call for the wet nurse, Jaime instructed, and Tyrion nodded. Sitting in his brother's solar, Tyrion tried to organize his thoughts, but his mind felt uncooperative, as clouded as it had been earlier. When Jaime entered and took a seat, Tyrion opened his mouth to speak but stumbled over his words. What happened with Mother, Jaime? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, he finally managed to say. Sorry? What do you have to be sorry about? Jaime asked, confusion evident in his voice. It was my fault, Jaime. I'm the reason they killed her, the reason she died. They were trying to kill me, not her. If he hadn't. Enough. Jaime interrupted sharply, making Tyrion stop. I won't have you blaming yourself for this. You are my brother, do you understand? My brother. You've always been my brother, and you'll always be my brother. No. It was them, not you. It was him, not you. Do you really think if Mother were here, she would look at you differently? Treat you differently? I'm a child of rape, he said, almost in a whisper. Then why didn't she get rid of you? Why didn't she take moon tea? Jaime asked, shaking his head. She never blamed you. She never would have, and neither do I. Ares is dead. I got to put a sword in his back, and I find comfort in that fact. You should, too. The man who raped our mother died by my hands. He was a monster. Just like my own father. We are not them, and we will never be them. Joanna Lannister's blood runs through our veins, and that's who we should seek to emulate, who we should strive to be like, not them. Never them. Jaime nodded, and then said, the Maesters? They will play their part. We will roar, brother. We will roar together. Together, he replied, and Jaime smiled at him. Casterly Rock, 294 AC. Sir Richard Lonmouth had just met with his man in Lannisport. After gathering the whispers that had been sent, he rode to Casterly Rock to speak with the king. The note he had received from the Reach gave him pause, particularly the part about the trout and the fact that his man had arrived late. However, the other news was promising, and he looked forward to seeing his king again. He enjoyed speaking with Jon and spending time with him, knowing that he was out there preparing for what was to come. Receiving instructions from the king had become something he welcomed, especially when given in person. As he arrived at the rock, he was taken to Jors, who then led him to the king, who was practicing his jousting. Richard had seen the king spar and ride against the floppy fish, but witnessing him in a proper joust was something he eagerly anticipated. Watching his father win at Harrenhal had been one of the best experiences of Richard's life, especially seeing Rhaegar ride against Arthur. Barristan had never seen anything like it before, nor since. He eagerly anticipated witnessing his king's skills, hoping he had inherited his father's talent. I didn't expect you back so soon, Arthur said upon spotting him. My time in the north was well spent, and I wanted to see Jon, Barristan replied. Arthur nodded and pointed toward the tiltyard. Jon and Loras are the best of them, evenly matched, I'd say. That's not Jon? Barristan asked. No, that's Cregan and Loras. Jon's riding against Brienne. The lady? She's far more than that. Besides, you and I both know ladies who don't fit the mold. Arthur chuckled. More than one, my friend, Barristan agreed as the two lances struck their targets. Your nephew's not bad either, Arthur remarked. He fades after the first tilt, though. Given that he's just begun to learn, he'll be a fair juicer in time. Is that? Barristan said, catching sight of a figure out of the corner of his eye. Loamura. They found him in Essos. Tyrion and Oberyn. They found more than just him. You should speak to Jon about it, Arthur suggested as Cregan fell on the second tilt. Jon's performance was even more impressive in Barristan's eyes. Loras still had the edge in lance work, but Jon excelled in horsemanship. Watching him ride felt like stepping back in time, though it was his mother he envisioned instead of his father. Jon's lance struck Brienne squarely, and had it not been for her strength of will, she would have fallen, something that did happen during the second tilt. As he and Loras lined up to face each other, Barristan watched eagerly. The joust required 4 tilts to win, and Loras had taken this one, which he found disappointing, though Jon seemed unfazed by it. As he rose from the ground, Jon nodded to Loras, who waved off the next match and walked toward him, still in his armor. "It's good to see you, Elaine," Jon said quietly, knowing there weren't many around to overhear. "You too, Jon. May. Can we talk?" They took the lift down, with Arthur accompanying them, and soon arrived at Jon's room. To his surprise, he found Oberyn there, along with Ilaria and Sarella, enjoying lunch and playing with the dragons. "She's grown," Jon said softly, gazing at Rhaenys. "We'll need to move again. I'm trying to prepare a room that's closer to the beach, one that's more open." "I'm sorry about Highgarden, Jon. It was an accident, a horse broke its leg, and my man had to walk, so he arrived after the Raven." "I know, Richard. He did arrive, though. It was an accident." "Is he well?" "He is, and I have some more news to share." Richard then told Jon about Lady Catelyn being thrown out, though he didn't know the reason. He shared the reactions to the news of the assassin, updates from Riverrun, the Red Keep, the Stormlands, Dragonstone, and then the situation in the north. "Olenna threw her out?" Jon asked. "She did. I don't know why, Jon, but Olenna is too clever not to have had a compelling reason," Richard replied. Oberyn nodded in agreement before speaking. "He's right, nephew. The Queen of Thorns has been playing this game longer than any of us. There's a good reason why she's still winning." "Why would the Blackfish go to Winterfell?" Jon questioned. "I can only guess," Richard replied, urging Jon to continue. "I believe Brynden has discovered or at least suspected what his niece and nephew did. I know he argued with both of them upon his arrival and certainly with Edmure just before he left. I think he went to Winterfell to see if he had family worth his time." "Bran? You think he went for Bran?" Jon asked. "Why would he go for your cousin?" Oberyn inquired. "Brother, uncle, Bran is my brother. I offered to have Bran squire for me since he wishes to be a knight when he gets older. Lady Catelyn, however, would never allow that. So she must have asked for her uncle to take him on. You and the Blackfish know each other, do you not?" Oberyn asked, and Jon nodded. "A long time ago, we know each other. Is it worth reaching out to him?" Jon inquired. "I'm not sure, Jon, but perhaps," Richard replied, and Jon nodded thoughtfully. "What about the rest of the North?" "We've begun. It'll take some time, but we'll soon know what we need. You were right about Wyman, Jon. He's a good man." He is. What about his maester?" "One of them." "Speaking of maesters, have you spoken to Loamor yet?" "Briefly. I'm trying to get a handle on the man. He seems trustworthy, but he's strange. Bring him to the dragons, Jon." "Why?" "He was always fascinated by them. He and your father spoke of them while Rhaegar was on Dragonstone." "I will. What about the other places?" "Riverrun behaved as you expected. Edmure actually held a toast to your death." Richard watched as both Oberyn and Ilaria scowled. The larger houses didn't raise their glasses, though: Bracken, Blackwood, Mutton, and Mallister. Lady Shella even called him out on it, his own kin. "That's making the rounds as we speak." "Your work?" Oberyn asked. "Would that I could take the credit, this is purely Raymond's doing." "What about the Stormlands?" Renly Baratheon was heard speaking about it. He seemed very happy about your demise for some reason. Renly? Why would he care? Jon asked, puzzled. I don't know, but I'll look into it. And Stannis? He had a knight thrown from his hall for laughing about your death. The man was drunk, which is something Stannis does not tolerate, but he was heard saying he wouldn't welcome anyone who laughs at the death of a child. What more do we know of him? Tough but fair. During the rebellion, he struggled with rising against the crown. Even for his brother? Jon said, surprised. Aye, his oath to his king or his blood, in the end. Jon rose, feeling the weight of his decision, even as he faced the siege of doubts. A potential ally? Richard asked. I doubt it. He would see you as a usurper. Besides, if the truth about the children were to come out, he would be the rightful heir to the throne, Jon replied, nodding in agreement. Essos. You've heard? Richard continued. Arthur mentioned it, along with Loamor being here, but that's about it, Jon said, settling in as Oberyn began to explain the situation. Oberyn detailed the events involving the Hound, Daenerys, and the Magister, revealing that Viserys was being held prisoner and the games the Magister seemed to be playing. Jon had heard of Illyrio Mopatis and knew of him, but now it seemed there was much more to the story. Maybe I need to take a trip to Essos? Richard suggested. No, it's too dangerous. They'll be looking for Westerosi, especially after Oberyn, Jon cautioned. What is it you wish from me, Jon? Richard asked. I'll try to use the glass candles and see if I can learn something. I saw Viserys chained in the back of a cart. I think he's been moved. Dany was with the Hound and a lady. You've managed to use them? Richard said, surprised. Not exactly. I've been able to use them somewhat, but it's difficult, and they don't always work. I don't understand, Richard replied. Loamor made a comment about blood being the key, so I used my blood, Jon explained, shaking his head when both Oberyn and Illyria opened their mouths to speak. Just a small cut, nothing I've not done before. I saw the present, caught glimpses of my mother in the past. I was able to see more, to see what I wanted to see, but since then, they won't light. You think they're broken? Oberyn asked. No, I think the magic isn't strong enough for them to work properly. My blood may not be strong enough yet, or perhaps they need to cool down after being used. I'm not sure. I'll see what I can find from here too, Oberyn said, and look for a way to reach out to Essos. I can help you grow your network over there, Oberyn said with a nod. There's something else you need to know, Jon replied. That night, he stood on the battlements, gazing out at the sea, trying to unravel the implications of recent events, what they meant for him, for them, and for the future. The revelation that Tyrion Lannister was Aerys' son, a Targaryen bastard, a Blackfyre, was troubling enough. But now, he would also be a dragon rider. Was this a blessing for Jon, as he seemed to believe, or was it a threat? You always were pensive, Richard, he heard Loamor say, turning to face him. And you always talked too much nonsense before getting to the point, Jon shot back, earning a laugh from Loamor. It's good to see you again, old friend, Loamor said. You too. I didn't expect I ever would, Richard replied. Nor did I. Exile was far preferable to death. How much do you know? Jon asked, curiosity piqued. I know that Jon Snow is Rhaegar's son and that Tyrion Lannister is Aerys' son. I know you all plan to put a king back on his rightful throne, and that I have a part to play in it. Talk to Jon. There's a lot more you can help with. Such as? Why the glass candles shut down after use, what you and his father discussed, and what's really going on at Dragonstone. Rhaegar never told you? Me, Arthur, Miles, we all knew something, but no, he never told us. Do you know? I know some, but Aemon Targaryen is the only man alive who truly knows. Only he and Brynden Rivers understand the truth of that place. Speak to him, Daelor. He is who you hoped Rhaegar would be. He is the prince that was promised. How can you be so certain? I believed it to be Rhaegar, but I was wrong, as was he, Loamra said sadly. I know because, unlike his father, Jaehaerys has awakened dragons from stone. She had left Highgarden nearly beside herself with rage. Her guards knew better than to question her or even speak to her, so the first part of their journey passed in heavy silence. How dare they treat her this way? How dare they insult her, threaten her with forced removal? If she hadn't seen the look on Olenna Tyrell's face herself, she would have never believed it. Sansa could not remain in such a place. It was bad enough that the bastard was corrupting her sweet girl, to have the Tyrells do so as well was more than she could bear. Ned would have to listen to her, they would bring Sansa home. She would raise her right, teach her properly, and when the time came for Sansa's wedding to the prince, he would find himself marrying the most worthy girl in Westeros. After that, she would deal with Olenna Tyrell and those arrogant stewards. As they traveled the road to Old Town, she regretted leaving Septa Mordane in Riverrun. She should have brought the woman with her to King's Landing, to Highgarden. Perhaps Septa Mordane could have reached Sansa where she had failed. Even if she hadn't, having her by her side now would have calmed the turmoil in her heart. My lady, we'll be stopping here for the night, the guard said. She looked around, grateful for the mildness of the weather at least. Very good, she replied. That night, she didn't sleep. Instead, she tossed and turned, trying to find something to lift her spirits, something positive to focus on. Then it came to her, the bastard was dead. Her and Peter's plan had worked. She needed to write to him, to express her gratitude for everything he had done for her. She felt a pang of envy for Lisa as she thought of her friend. To have someone close to you, someone who believed in you and wanted to help, was something she sorely lacked. Upon arriving at Old Town, she was amazed by the place, the high tower, the citadel, the port itself was enchanting. The air was filled with the sweet scent of fresh apples and ripe fruits. If it weren't for her complicated feelings toward the Tyrells, she might have enjoyed the beauty of the place even more. She debated whether to stay at an inn or present herself to the Hightowers, ultimately deciding that propriety dictated she should do the latter. Lady Stark, welcome to Old Town, Ser Baelor said as she stood before him, the high hall less impressive than she had anticipated. I thank you, Ser Baelor. We have made rooms available for you and your men. Perhaps you would like to rest before this evening's festivities? I would be most grateful, Ser. After a refreshing bath with warm water and fragrant oils, she dressed in her finest gown. Just as she finished, Ser Baelor knocked at her door to escort her to dinner. The gathering wasn't quite a feast, but she found herself seated at the high table with Ser Baelor and his wife, Lady Rhonda, who were gracious hosts. You must be quite thankful for the news, Lady Catelyn, Rhonda said, offering a small smile. Catelyn felt a flicker of confusion, unsure of what she was referring to. News, my lady? She asked. About young Jon, Rhonda replied, and Catelyn's heart raced. How could she know? How could anyone know? It was most distressing, my lady, Catelyn managed to say, but Rhonda looked at her oddly. Distressing? Surely finding out that the boy survived would be anything but, Lady Catelyn? He survived. He lived. How? This had to be a mistake, a miscommunication. She couldn't be that unlucky, couldn't be that cursed that the boy still lived. He survived? Catelyn asked, trying to keep her emotions in check. He did. Were you not aware, my lady? Ser Baelor noticed her distress. I had heard he fell, Ser, not that he survived. Forgive me, my lady. I had thought you knew, Rhonda said. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Well then, let me share the good news, my lady. Young Jon is alive and well, and the assassin has been captured too. Can you imagine? Trying to kill a young boy? I'm sure Lord Jaime will get to the bottom of it and bring those responsible to justice, Ser Baelor said, and Rhonda nodded. Panic surged within her as her heart raced. It was bad enough that the boy lived, but now they had also captured the killer. Could it be traced back to her? Had Peter covered their tracks? Her distress was evident, as both Ser Baelor and his wife looked at her with concern. My lady, are you well? Ser Baelor asked. I'm just shocked, Ser. I've been trying to come to terms with the boy's death and what it would mean for my husband. Now to know he lives, it's all come rushing back. Forgive me, but perhaps it's best if I retire for a while to deal with this. Of course, my lady. That night, she couldn't sleep and barely touched her breakfast the following morning. When she heard that 2 pinnacle ships were in the docks, she hurriedly made her way to them. She thanked her hosts for their hospitality, trying to appear much happier than she felt, now that she knew of Jon's survival. At the docks, she discovered that both ships were owned by the Lannisters, and only one was heading north. She approached the captain to arrange transport. Of course, Lady Stark. We'd be more than happy to give you passage. We leave at high tide, from here to Lannisport and then on to Bear Island, he said. She almost grimaced. She couldn't stop in Lannisport. If they knew she had been there and hadn't visited, it would bring shame upon her family. A snub like that would not be forgotten. But she couldn't see him again, she couldn't trust herself to hold her tongue. That, combined with the small, worried voice in her head, made her heart sink. The warning at the back of her mind told her he might know, and that made the decision for her. She sent one of her guards to the ship that night, making excuses about a fever she had unexpectedly come down with. She apologized, and the ship sailed without her. The other vessel was bound for King's Landing, and from there, she could catch another ship to White Harbor. She could speak to Robb, see her son. Though the journey would take much longer, she believed it would be worth it in the end. They set sail the next morning after securing rooms at a nearby inn. Rhonda felt a sense of relief at leaving, glad to be heading home, even if her heart felt heavier than when she had departed from Highgarden. The news she had received from the Hightowers had only fueled her anger. In White Harbor, in the year 294 AC, Wyman was taken completely by surprise by the news that came from the docks. It shocked him, to be honest. The realization that she had come here, that she was to be welcomed into his keep, stirred conflicting emotions within him. Part of him wanted to deny her entry, to send her away, to keep her far from him and her son. But he thought of the boy. Robb would eventually learn the truth about his mother, but he would not be the one to teach him that lesson. Robb was overjoyed and confused by his mother's arrival. As he stood beside Wyman at the high table in the Merman's court, his excitement was palpable. Wyman's sons, granddaughters, and their lady mother were all present, ready to welcome Catelyn Tully to White Harbor for the first time. Normally, a visit from their liege's wife would be celebrated, but Wyman could sense his sons Wylis and Wendell's annoyance from where he sat. Lady Catelyn, welcome to White Harbor, he said, a forced smile on his face as she was brought before him. I thank you, my lord, she replied, though her gaze remained fixed on her son. We've prepared rooms for you and your men, my lady, and will host a feast in your honor this evening. But I'm sure it's my squire you wish to. Let's skip the formalities, he said, his words carefully chosen but laced with a desire to show her as little respect as possible. I'm most grateful, Lord Wyman, she replied, and he observed her as she embraced her son. He then guided her out of the room. That day, he sent a raven to Winterfell, with Wylis standing beside Theomore while he did so, claiming it was urgent. But really, he just wanted to see the man doing his job. He awaited news from Jon regarding the fate of the Maester. His own impulses were held in check for the moment, but he knew his king had a plan, and he was eager to see it unfold. Every message he sent was monitored to ensure it reached its destination, with any important correspondence dispatched another way. Richard had proven right in this regard, his methods were far swifter than Wyman's own. The feast that evening felt strange, the atmosphere off-kilter. Perhaps it was his own reluctance to have the woman there, or his granddaughter's scowls directed at Lady Catelyn, or even Rob's own brooding demeanor. Something had shifted between Rob and his mother, straining their interactions. Winifred seemed either aware of it or involved in it, and Wyman regretted not speaking to her before the feast began. "My lady, my condolences on your father's passing," he said, and she nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you, my lord." It was peaceful and quick, which is all we can hope for. Indeed. Far better than being at the mercy of someone who wishes you dead. "You've no doubt heard about that terrible business with young John, an assassin, of all things," he said, his disgust evident. "The boy survived, did he not?" she responded, her reply quick. "He did. You should have seen the feast we held for him here in White Harbor, my lady." The whole town rejoiced, young Rob most of all. "Isn't that right, Rob?" he said, raising his voice slightly to draw the young lord into the conversation. "My lord?" Rob replied, sounding distracted. "I was just telling your lady mother about the celebration we had when we received the good news about John. What a fine night it was, wasn't it?" he said, noticing the grimace on Catelyn's face deepen. "It was," she replied, her tone tight. "I was most happy to hear of my brother's safety, but I still owe him for that prank they pulled on me in Bravos." "Bravos? You were in Bravos?" Catelyn's voice rose with surprise. "I was, mother. I plan to travel to Pentos, Tyrosh, and Myr too, when I'm older." "Isn't that right, my lord?" "It is," he confirmed. "Lord Rob has taken well to the life of a traitor. Both Wendell and Wylis can't speak highly enough of him, and neither can I." He watched as Rob puffed out his chest with pride, while Catelyn's expression grew even more strained, almost as if a vein might pop in her head. The next morning, while breaking his fast, he began to understand the reasons behind both Rob's and his granddaughter's upset with Catelyn from the night before. Winifred's frustration stemmed from Catelyn's attempts to dissuade Rob from getting too close to her. Yet, recalling the smiles on Winifred's face when Rob danced with her at the feast, it seemed Lady Catelyn had failed in that regard. Rob's discontent was more predictable. Lady Catelyn had spoken ill of his brother, warning him about the nature of bastards, how they manipulated people, used them, and coveted what they had. Rob had confided in Winifred about the argument with his mother and how he had stood up for his brother. Wyman felt his respect for the lad grow. When Rob and Catelyn arrived to break their fast, he was surprised to see Grey Wind absent. The wolf usually slept in his chambers each night, and while he sometimes wandered off like ghost, he typically stayed close to his master in the mornings. He glanced from Rob to Catelyn, both clearly hesitant to speak freely with one another, and wondered if their tension was connected. "My lady, I hope you slept well," he asked, turning to Catelyn. Winifred took her seat. "I did, my lord." Once again, conversation was hard to come by, which was unusual for their mornings. Typically, Winifred and Rob would laugh and joke, while Willow would speak a mile a minute. Rob and his sons would discuss their plans for the day before joining in on the children's playful banter. But today was different. The atmosphere was tense and quiet. As he looked at Winifred, he wondered if she even realized she was the cause of it all. Surprisingly, she left that day. The weather was pleasant, making travel easy, and under normal circumstances, he would have accepted that as the reason for her departure. However, given how Rob almost pulled away from their hug, he sensed there was more to it. They escorted her to the gates of White Harbor, but he stayed back. He was far too large to ride a horse these days, so he let his sons and Rob handle the farewells. "Is she gone?" he asked Wylis when he returned. "She is." "It was quite strange, father." "What was?" he inquired, intrigued. Grey Wind stood at the gate after she left, almost as if he were making sure she was gone. When Rob called him, he ignored him. Then, just before she disappeared from sight, he howled, louder than I've ever heard him, and ran back to Robb. "A wolf's warning, son," he said. "Father?" "Danger to the pack," he replied, and Wylis nodded in understanding.